See if I got this right. We don't need no stinking intros. Black Friday. Surprise stream. They've left me unattended. I can do what I want. That's what we're doing. Brutal, what's happening? Kyer, what's going on? Hello. Hello. I haven't given a whole lot of thought as to what I'll be working on. I feel like we're pretty far along on her. I don't need to do a ton more to if these two are pretty close for being just good gaming miniatures. I'm a fan. We could work on the big boy. Right, the Shrine Anchorite.
Well, huzzah, huzzah! I'll just throw back my legs and pollute my britches with delight.
That feels like that could be cool. Or we could be working on this guy. I feel like this guy I might want to be working on Monday when we have them here. Because he's got a lot going on. I feel like maybe that's a Monday thing. Work on some Shrine. What's going on, Gates? Source. Sarcastic Grandpa, what's happening? Sugar Rush. What's happening, everybody? Welcome. It's snowing here. Time to hide inside and paint. Well, I mean, that's one thing you can do. Or you can go outside and make snow angels. The world is your oyster. Go for it. All right. I feel like I don't know where to start on this guy. I feel like maybe base the wood stuff because there's a lot of...
I'll just throw back my legs and pollute my britches with delight.
A lot of stuff that feels like it might need to be handled. Uh-oh. Look out. That mic is muted.
I'm not here to
okay.
to do anything. I just need to ask you.
What do you got? You have to do what? Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's fine. Yeah, you got to take care of it. Yeah.
I saw that there.
Probably need some umbers. We primed in black browns. I don't need black brown. I probably need umbers. Maybe dark golden brown. Ish. Do I have dark umber out here? I got transparent brown. I got enough browns. This is gonna be a stream of me blaming Jordan for all the things that are not right in front of me. That's what's gonna happen today. Right? Because I don't see my dark umber anywhere. That's definitely... I just steal Jordan's. Because he probably has like 3. There's 1. Good enough. Cannibalistic, what's going on? You're about to pull the trigger and buy a go bag. Today's the day. Today is definitely the day. Hopefully that everybody that had a chance to celebrate Thanksgiving yesterday had a wonderful day. You got to spend it with family or friends or both or none. You just chilled out and spent it by yourself. I hope you enjoyed it nonetheless. That probably is not the brush I want. Jen and I had Jordan over at the house, and we did our Thanksgiving in a nice, calm, and relaxed way. I say calm and relaxed. Cora was iffy as to whether or not you could call that relaxed. Jordan got to see firsthand Cora loving. She really liked Jordan. That was fun. Jade, dinner should be good tonight. You're celebrating a day late. No problem with that. It was always weird to me that it was on a Thursday. Like, just make it a weekend holiday, right? Since it's not date specific, why does it have to be Thursday? Can't it just be like? Can't we move Thanksgiving? Can we take a vote? Can we just all vote that Thanksgiving should be on a Friday or a Saturday? I even think Saturday. That way you don't mess up everybody's new religion, which is Black Friday. Right? And you have Black Friday be the Friday before Thanksgiving, and Thanksgiving's just on a Saturday. Seems legit. Black Friday started back in October. It's amazing. I was just saying that the other day that some places started Black Friday. Some people do like their whole week is Black Friday week. I'm like, oh my God. We're doing free shipping on orders over $75. And a lot of people have been like, that's a really lame Black Friday sale. And I'm like, I'm not of the mind that I mean, that's a heck of a savings, number one, right? And number two, it's like, I just don't trust companies that do huge sales. I just don't. It's like, if you can do a huge sale, why don't you charge less for your product all year round? You know? And everybody's like, well, you don't understand marketing. I'm like, I get it. It's a marketing expense, but, you know, it's not like, you know, selling that TV to somebody on Black Friday is going to buy their undying love and worship through all the rest of the year. Right? They're just looking for good deals. I don't know. I'm an old fart, so maybe I just am not made for this world anymore. We've always taken a stance at Monument that we want you to be able to buy the color you need when you need to buy it, not have to feel like, oh, but if I buy it today, that'll be a bummer. Even now, with doing the free shipping, we feel kind of like there's people that bought yesterday, you know, that are going to be bummed out that they didn't get free shipping, and I always hate that. I hate the feeling like you bought like, you know, a really big purchase last week, and then we do like a free shipping thing, and you're like, oh, I should have waited a week. And we have already had some people make comments like that. And I'm like, I feel so bad. I don't want you to ever feel like you should have waited to buy paint. It just is bad feeling. Buy the paint when you need the paint. Know you're paying a fair price. Getting a more than fair product. Seems good. It was originally meant to clear out unsold stock and get the company into the black before the end of the year. Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah. But also, why did nobody want it? What do you mean? But also, why did nobody want the stuff that you're having to move out? Yeah. Well, you know, and that's, you could look at it as being like out of fashion. It didn't meet the customer's needs at the price you were selling it for, and so you were overloaded on it. It's a bunk product. But then when you sell it at a reduced price, maybe sometimes it bounces back. Because a lot of things like that have happened over the years, right? You know, you have a product that didn't do as well as you'd hoped it would. You then, you know, do a Black Friday sale or a clearinghouse sale on it, right? That's been not named Black Friday, but just like clearinghouse sales. Move old stock, dead stock sales, things like that. You sell it and you reduce the price on it by 20, 30, 40, 50%, and all of a sudden it's a hit. And then you reevaluate and you say, you people really like it. And when the stock was gone, they're like, hey, are you ever going to have that again? And you're like, why didn't you buy it when we released it the first time? When generally it's because of price. Usually it was not value priced or something like that. And so you come back and you reevaluate, could we make it for less and then sell it at the price people like it for? Because if you've ever seen that, electronics were notorious for that. Come out with a product and you'd buy one and then it would be hard to get, and then you'd find it come back, and when you'd buy it, it wouldn't be as good as the one you bought originally, right? Because they had to value engineer it in order to make it a viable product. So that's all tough stuff. Welcome to the fun part of running a business. I just don't like running sales. I don't. It's not because I want to gouge people all the time. It's because I feel like you need to do a better job as a business to make sure your product is priced the right price all the time. I don't like the idea of sales. I never have. As a consumer, of course, I'd be lying if I said I didn't need to get something cheap every now and then, but still, I feel like I would rather buy quality product at the price that allows the company to keep making quality product than to get a deal. And if a company is still being able to offer the same product at the same quality, and then has sales all the time, it brings me back to, why do we need the sale? Why don't you just make it that price all the time and sell more? Right? Are you with me? Rise up, people. Or no, yeah, the ability to do the rust with the noosh wash is just incredible, right? It just gives it that nice kind of rusty glow almost, which is how rust works, right? If you take a piece of metal, you put it directly into the light, it's not going to show you the same rustiness as soon as those parts go into the shadow, right? So you look at it like this, doesn't look like there's a lot of rust on that shoulder pad, but then when you start rotating it down and taking the light away from it, then you can see it has a lot more of that rusty value to it, which is great. Kind of as it's almost like color shift without color shifting. People have always asked why we don't do a color shift paint, and that's the reason, because I like painting in ways that allow it to be more of a, less of a pearlescent effect and more of a how it would work with the various types of light hitting it anyway. You do that with glazing and things of that nature. Get some fun interactions with colors that make it seem almost iridescent or pearlescent, and really isn't. Michael Paints Minis, what's going on? Datatron, I love it. Datatron. The Trench Crusade models are gorgeous. They really are. These are the official models from the Kickstarter. We got the early release on the Trench Pilgrims and the Heretic Legions for Jordan to paint up. We've been painting up a bunch of pilgrims for my Trench Pilgrim War brand. We've got all sorts of neat characters, the Castigator, pilgrims, the wretched prisoners, there's an ecclesiastic prisoner broken on the wheel, and this one's got a bomb strapped to his back. I love it. The aesthetic of it is fantastic. And then of course the stigmatic nuns that we've been spending some time on. Been a lot of fun. Just painting everything really quick too, giving it a really grungy, dirty, rusted armor kind of effect, and having a lot of fun with the way it's turning out. Gives it that grimy feel that I think this entire setting wants and needs preserved, and also allows you to paint them pretty quick. I am alone in here, as you can see today. This is not a normal stream. Today is a day off for most of the crew. We have about 7 or 8 of the crew here busting their hump today to make sure that Black Friday orders don't jam the system up too bad. It's always a huge influx of orders, whether you have a sale or not, just as people are out doing Christmas shopping, last minute gift buying, getting themselves that thing when they know that their Christmas budget didn't wear out. or run out, so they're spending on their own hobby now. But we usually get absolutely
Well,
slammed
huzzah, huzzah.
around this time.
I'll just throw back my
We've
legs
got
and pollute my
a
britches
skeleton
with
crew
delight.
here today working at the shop, processing orders. We bought them all lunch. And they get trade time for working on Black Friday. They get to trade it for more time off. Ghoul Studio, what's going on? It is very grim, dark, very Souls-ish. I think that's probably one of the best ways to describe it. It feels very Dark Souls, right? It's if you would call Dark Souls grim dark, I guess. You know, I feel like grim dark is a 40K term, so I hate putting it towards anything else. But I get it, right? But Souls-like is kind of a neat way to put it, right? It does feel like if Dark Souls were a World War I game, you know, because it has that weird aesthetic. You know, the demons are just very nightmarish. And that's how I look at Souls. You know, Souls games have this weird anatomy that some of the things take on that puts you in that uncanny valley very quickly. That I think that's humanoid, but boy, is that a really weird way to portray that. And this whole game is like that, as well as just being dark fantasy. You know, it's not overly technical or technological, although I'm painting a big walking edifice, basically a big walking church here that has I guess a maniacal martyr in it, very dreadnoughtish. So it does take some cool aesthetic and ideals from the 40K realm and things like that, but a big mobile sarcophagus almost. Dread Souls, yeah, exactly. Gothic horror, yeah, stuff like that, right? Because it has a very eldritch feel to it, right? This stuff is very, you know, there's parts of it that are very Lovecraftian. We have some of the team from Trench Crusade coming on stream with us on Monday. So Jamie, the portion of the Trench Crusade team is 4 people, by the way. I want you to think about that for a second. 4 people have designed. I mean, they've had a lot of help from friends in the industry and stuff. Everybody up to and including like John Blanche, you know, tons of artists and people who have been involved along the way. But we're going to have Jamie at minimum on stream on Monday, hoping to get Thomas, the creator, as well in here to answer some questions. Give you guys a neat source of info to talk more about it, because we can find out like what really inspired them along these lines. Tomas, of course, being the principal creator of Mordheim for GW, worked at GW for a number of years. Part of that old guard. Be great to speak with them and just see, because yeah, it does. It has so much that I can say it embodies, right? It embodies, like, and I don't mean that in like a rip-off sense. I don't feel that Trench Crusade rips a whole lot, because it has a very cool storyline, you know, that borrows from a historic mythology age almost from the Crusades, you know, so it puts a mythological twist on the knightly crusades from the late what would that be, 11th century, or and then onward to the time of World War I, and allows you to kind of play in that headspace, which is just genuinely cool to think about. You know, I now that of course we're deeply embedded in it, and now of course I'm getting all these videos and shorts, a lot of content creators creating stuff for Trench Crusade now. And so I'm seeing a lot of things like, you know, does hell have nukes? So that's great. I think that that's a very good indicator of when you have a great IP, that you get a lot of people speaking about it in terms of not just battle reports and gameplay like our industry can see. And those tend to be done by, creators of all shapes and sizes, and then they go away as the next new game comes along. But what's happening with Trench Crusade that I'm noticing that I love is that there's a lot of lore. There's a lot of discussion about the coolness of the lore and the weirdness of the lore and stuff like that. And that tends to be something that shows me a game has the ability to have legs, meaning that, it might see the light of day. And it might not just be a flash in the pan Kickstarter. If I have anything to do with it, we'll be painting a lot of these minis. We've got all the minis that we will have the ability to paint. I don't know how much focus we'll do on it. That's kind of up to you guys. If you like the content, we'll continue to paint some of the minis on stream. Or at least doing these 2 war bands for Jordan and I. And then we'll see. Because I still like the Cult of the Seven-Headed Serpent. There's some really amazing stuff there that I'd be interested to paint. And some of the crazy, more bombastic, demonic stuff, of course. So we'll see. We shall see. Religious trauma, the game. It does kind of seem that way, doesn't it? Not gonna lie, it does kind of seem that way. Datatron. Sorry, I will miss questions today because I'm alone. Normally we have a producer and another person here. So what color did you add to the noosh for the rust? It was burnt sienna. So this is the leftover cup. It's all dry now because that was days ago. But it's burnt sienna and noosh, right? And so it gives you, and it was probably, I don't know, I want to say 8-1 noosh to paint. And then I just glommed it on. Like if you go back and watch the videos from the last few days, you'll see at various stages me nooshing. I think it was Tuesday or Wednesday's video where I did all the noosh, right? Maybe Tuesday when we went long. And we nooshed and then dry brushed everything to get it to where the steel was this nice dirty steel that we're looking at now. And I did the whole group, other than the initial test model. I did all of the models the exact same way. So we just laid down the metallics, with a base coat and a highlight, and then a black wash, and then noosh over the top of the black wash. Wipe the noosh away to get the effect going, and then dry brush it with silver to get, some of the details picked up. And we'll do a lot more of the detail picking with a brush, but the dry brush puts the color on there in a good way and sinks the noosh kind of rustiness down even further. And you could choose, of course, any color, but the burnt sienna is really my preference. Burnt orange works very well and gives you a more punchy orange, but for this, I wanted a very desaturated color rather than a punchy rust. I might use burnt orange in like a 40K world or something to give it a little bit more color, but I really wanted this to feel like very monochromatic almost, because when I look at the art from Trench Crusade, that's the gist that I get back from it. You can imagine, blood-soaked mud and overcast shadows and soot falling in the air from artillery and explosions, and dreary, the sunlight only coming through an array occasionally here and there, and everything's just gray. So whatever color you are is desaturated by the gray environment and the brown, and so that's what I'm going for here. So that everything that we do is just kind of very low saturation, except for the specks of gold from the trinkets and the crosses that the religious fanatics would have. So without painting everything entirely monochromatic, still keep a very monochromatic feel going to it. And I think we've nailed it, right? All of our colors kind of fall in line and give it that kind of singular palette feel, as opposed to going for too much poppy color. How gory do I plan on making the dude on the wheel? Well, he's just had like his bones busted. He doesn't have like any bones popping out, so I don't know. I don't know that I'll put a lot of blood on him or not. Seminary school nightmares all around, yeah. And eldritch horrors, yeah. There's some crazy stuff, right? They talk about the different levels of hell and the generals and lieutenants and all that stuff. The kind of militaristic establishment of hell, I think, is very cool in this game. the fact that hell has knights and paladins and knightly orders and people that are still vying for precedence and favor in the eyes of the various leaders of hell. It has its own political structure, which is kind of funny. General Gecko, what's going on? Flapjack. Hell may or may not have nukes, but they definitely have witches who summon, yes, the bombs, yes. Datatron says, please paint more Trench Crusade. I love it. So I would paint. This is one of the few IPs ever where I look at every faction. I'm like, yep, I would paint that. That's very hard for me. Like, I wouldn't paint all the 40k armies. A lot of them don't appeal to me. Like more than half don't even appeal to me. Trench Crusade, every army appeals to me in one way or another. There may be a miniature here and there in an army that I'm not really excited about, but overall, they really work. Datatron says, can I get a similar tone mixing Louise's red orange and Ninjon's warm brown? You could probably get close. I think that you have those colors, red orange and warm brown. Give it a shot. I think you probably need something that's a little bit more of a true orange in there. So if you just have orange or burnt orange or orange oxide and mixing it in with a warm brown will work very well. I think the red may pull you a little bit too much terracotta, but you can play with it and see. Big Bob, it's top secret, don't tell. Papa Chicken Magnesium is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, you could put in some blue. I've thought about going back through here. I don't want to do that on these, but I've thought about going through and doing like a little bit of jade, like a greenish blue, kind of in the undertones, moving towards shadows on these guys for the steel. Just because, you can't, like if I reflect the ground, it's just going to be more brown. But I'm thinking just to add some color, but I'm going to wait until we get more of the whole thing done, and then I'll go back and glaze those in if I feel like I want to put just a little tad of color. By the time I see them all on the table and done, it's really going to depend on these guys because they have more of the white garb and the pants and the cloak, right? And so there'll be more color in just the average foot troops that might spice the army up just enough. But there's not like a whole lot of other color on this guy. The white lamb with its throat slit. Kind of it. There'll be gold. There'll be a little bit of flesh from the dude on the wheel. And that's about some soot, and some wood planks on places. But that's about it. So, I do want to make sure that it still has an artistic presence and feels good on the table. And when you're looking at the whole army, it doesn't look like it's just base coated, because that's kind of what can be. I talk about it feeling flat and one dimensional, and usually that's what I'm talking about. Is that you look at it and you're like, oh, when are you going to finish it? Because it just doesn't have a lot of depth, right? It just doesn't have a lot going for it when you keep it too monochromatic. Even though that can pull off a story that you're trying to tell, you still need to find a way to bring some life to it through other color. And that could be nuanced color and glazed shadows, or doing something like, a Sky Earth True Metallic where you have a little bit of a blue sky reflecting. Obviously, for this game, we don't want blue sky reflected anywhere, I don't think. It doesn't make a lot of sense for the environment, right? But, like, some greasy yellow could be on there someplace. Greens, obviously, give you the feel of, like, moldy, wet, gross. We think about water being blue and wet, but green is really the effect that makes things feel damp. That mossy, moldy dampness that comes from that. So green's always a good color. But we're using green as the base for all of our white cloth. Right, so that's dark camo green built up through non-whites to get to a dirty white, loincloth that's going to be on everybody. So we could go with the greens on the armor too. We just got to make sure that it doesn't pull it too much into the white we've done. So you always have to be thinking about, did I use green as an undercoat for this? Then if I use green on this other part too, does it pull them together, make it look like one's reflecting on the other? So on and so forth. So sometimes you want to subtly change those colors. Switch away from a green to an orange or a yellow. Just depends. This is the part that sounds complicated about art, but really isn't. It's the fun part that lets you kind of choose and play around. Magenta, that's why magenta is such a big color that you can use, because it treads the line between a true red and lets you play around with just about all the colors as a primary. So you can use magenta on something like this. We use magenta on the flesh. a lot of times to give it a little bit more depth. You can do it here too. I'm just partial to greens and yellows, and even purples would be cool. Although the purple on the metal, you got to watch out, because then it doesn't work the same on flesh as it would. I guess we've got like big blocks of, I don't know if that's a book down there. Is that a book? Might be a book. Got lots of ropes binding things on here too. But I think I'll do those in like warm brown, as a more leathery feel to them. And then lots of metal. I love this guy. He's just metal on metal. Metal. Okey-doke. That's it for that. Some light umber now. Yeah, their Luxurious Rhino, yes, their backer kit late pledge thing goes live. It started testing today and it goes live Monday. So go to Kickstarter and follow the news section on the, if you just go to Kickstarter and look up Trench Crusade, you'll find it. It was over $3 million. It's a fantastic deal that they've done. Obviously, the STLs exist because we got them. They were supported. We printed them out here on our printers. They're real. Very few changes had to be done. Great quality. I love that these thigh decorations are relics from the previous users of the power suit, and the motor is powered by the heart of an innocent. Yeah, well, there's like there's basically like an innocent martyr inside, and it's like an Iron Maiden, has like hooks and spikes that are hooked into their body. So then it's like masochism incarnate on the battlefield. It's crazy. Yeah, December 2nd, Monday. Or no. Datatron has transparent orange. You could, if you do the orange red together with the warm brown and then the transparent orange in with that, you might find some good stuff. You might also want to try a touch of, let me think, do you have Louise's full set? If you do, you could take the yellow in Louise's set with the red orange and get more orange out of that, and then mix that in with the warm brown. That might be your plan. Use the yellow with the red orange to give yourself more of an orangey, and that way you can kind of dial it in how you want. That's probably a good idea to do. Luxurious Rhino, yeah, they are selling the full 3D prints as well. Do you have a recipe for the polar bear dude you did a while ago with the blue and white tones? When you say recipe, just the colors that I layered up, I didn't really mix a whole lot. He started as or as royal purple, right? You can see the royal purple in the shadows. But he was royal purple, and then over the top of the royal purple, I did dark jade, I believe. And then I started going into blues. I think ultramarine blue. He's all on stream. We painted this guy fully on stream, so you can go back and check the streams and find the exact colors that I used. But we, worked up to white blue, and then finally transparent white, and a little bit of titanium white, I think, glazed on at the end, but it might just been transparent white. But the blues and the jades and the purples are what really give it the dimension, And it's done with a fairly abrupt lighting to it, to where the light is mostly, on this side. Just have some fun. Again, shows you the trick of not having to use white, but still have the eye see it as white. The brightest color that lends itself into that neutral space will fool the brain into thinking it's white. You can use pale yellows, ivories, white blue, bright neutral gray. Things like that work very, very well in that realm. Here again, it's really just going to be catching some of these grain paths with the light umber. The sculpt is great. The grain on the wood is really deep. So it's easy for you to paint that without having to be super exact. Sometimes when the grain is really soft in the sculpt, it means you have to have a lot steadier hand, right, to do it, because you're basically painting, you know, lines. Here, it's going to catch the top end of most of the sculpt and not make you work so hard at it, which I love. It might get a little soft in spots, but it's not bad. Trench Crusade, Hootski. Paint Liquor, what's going on? Hello, everybody. Sorry, like I said, I'm here alone. The bear is a perfect candidate for methodology color cards, Ralke. It is. It is, and we should do that. Senators, thank you. On to detailing, get base colors and things down. We're still just kind of, each of these models brings a little bit of a new aspect. We haven't had wood on any of the other trench pilgrims yet that I've completed, because I was really anxious to do the stigmatic nuns, some of my favorite models, especially the one we painted the other day, right? This is, in the artwork, this is one of my favorite pieces of art. She's a little different in the artwork, weapon loadout and such, but just a great model. The idea of this, you know, nearly naked, crazy, you know, religious fanatic that has the stigmata bleeding from her eyes and hands through the armor is just incredible. I love it. It's just a whacked out view. When I first started looking at Trench Crusade, the factions all just spoke to me, right? I'm not a big demon guy, I have to admit. I don't like things that are just demonic for being demonic. But the way that, like, the heretic legions have got, like, you know, these people that had committed so much sin and were turning against humanity on their own and fell to the legions of hell and are now just husks of humanity, the guys that Jordan's painting, you know, they're barely even human anymore because they've given themselves over completely to hell, right? And that hell won't take anyone that has even a shred of decency left in them, right? A shred of conscience. So you have it just sets up for how far gone these raving lunatics are that are the humans that fight on the side of hell, because hell rejects anyone that has a shred of humanity left to them, a shred of love or feeling or emotion, you know, in that sense. And that just makes it like, oh, wow. Like, who are these people that gave themselves over so much that they have no compassion, no feeling? They're just like robotic death seekers at that point, which is a pretty crazy story. Not worried about highlights or like lighting direction yet. When I'm doing the light umber, you can consider the dark umber and the light umber to be the base coat. A lot of times I do my base coats as two colors, and the thought behind that is that I'm really allowing these two colors to kind of seat themselves in and give us the idea of the main coloration of whatever it is I'm doing, and that's the wood, obviously, right here. And then with our next color, we'll start moving highlights to where they need to be and focus them in. That'll give more depth. And then I'll do this in the way that I like doing wood a whole lot, which is finish it off with transparent brown. So we're going to make this wood a lot brighter than it should be along the journey, and then knock it back down with the transparent brown, which will give us a really good wood effect. So really pay attention if you want to figure out how to be painting wood and leather, right? These colors here can be the way you do all of it all the time, and you can do some really neat stuff. Dark umber, light umber, right? Or any of the browns at that point, right? But you want a dark brown, a medium brown, and then you'll move into brighter colors. I'm going to do olive flesh with these. It's a great combo color for the browns when doing wood and leather. Oh, show. Sounds like your former bosses. Each model for Trench Pilgrim, I think, are masterpieces. The creativity around that faction is S tier, and a lot of them are really good. The Minotaur with a cannon arm, Cantankerous, from the Iron Sultanate, yeah? The Iron Sultanate is kind of like the the Middle Eastern religious faction from the Crusades, right? And they do some crazy, like, almost like genetic splicing with the animals to get crazy stuff going on, I think. Yeah, they've got some neat models. I don't know as much about the lore there. I haven't gotten into them. I've really been paying attention to the two that we're doing right now. Like the Heretic Legions have just got tremendous models. The Warwolf is ridiculous. Obviously, they have the Artillery Witch that is just in its own right such a great concept. Dropping bombs through telekinetic portals to hell. Yeah, it makes sense. That checks out. If I had limitless power of hell, I'd be like, hey, can we just make a bomb factory down there in like the 7th level of hell? And then rather than hauling them up to the surface, could we just like make portals so they could just drop them on the floor, but the floor is like dropping them out of the sky and earth? That'd be neat. I'm a fan. Just the visuals that are created with some of the ideas in the game are what do it for me. It's like, oh yeah, yeah, I got it. That works. Then you couple that with the amazing artwork that they had done for the models. They aren't screwing around. They got some really good artists working with them. They're great artists in their own right at the Trench Crusade guys. And yeah, you just get an overall package that is hard to beat. I have in the past spoken to, obviously I worked at GW for a number of years, but in the recent past I've spoken to people at GW that are like, oh yeah, we keep an eye on all these games that come out and see what they do, and Kickstarter this and that and the other, and I guarantee they're looking at this one because not only is it done by ex people from GW that carry some weight, but it's also just a really cool idea. Logistics and efficiency, yes. The Artillery Witches are like accountants with a really bad temper. They were like, all right, listen, if we're going to drop bombs, here's the way we're going to do it. The first Artillery Witch came from a board meeting, right? Where they were distracted by the cost of transporting all the artillery to the front lines. The bean counters of hell were like, you can't keep doing this, boss. Like, you're going to drive us broke. Biggest problem with Trench Crusade is the uncertainty if I will be able to find others to play it with. I mean, I think you're seeing the reaction here in chat is by and large, people would love to play it. So I think that with just a little bit of a nudge, you'll be able to do that. Now, how does it go to retail? How does it exist beyond? I think these are questions that I will be asking in our stream on Monday when we have some of the Trench Crusade team here on the stream. Is what is their plan for longevity long term? How am I going to buy this? If I take, you know, 2 of these armies that Jordan and I are painting up and we take them to our local gaming store and we take the rules and we play, you know, how do we make it easy for those people to get the game, right? Because we know that the world of 3D printed models is hard to get stores behind. We're seeing it with some of the War Machine stuff, right? It's like, how do you get people to buy in when, you know, it's like, okay, well, retail pricing for that type of stuff that I could do, everybody feels like, well, I could just do it at home. Why is it cost so much? So we'll see. You know, but I think that there will be lots of interest. I think it's going to come down to how easy it is for people to get it in their hands. So I do agree in that sense that we just need to find out if your friends and people that see you playing and being happy with Trench Crusade have a way to also become happy with it post Kickstarter, post backer kit. You know, do they have to go online and buy STLs, or can they go online and buy the models and get them sent forever through the company that's printing for the Kickstarter? Because that, again, makes it fairly easy. You know, it's no different than ordering off of Amazon or eBay. I think it precludes the retailers from getting involved at a level that really helps a game. games can live or die based on whether or not the local community plays it at stores, and stores not having the models in stock is always tough. There's a weird nuance there, right? It's a very unique industry in that regard. Much like if you went to Top Golf, right, and they didn't sell the brand of golf club, you saw a guy knocking it into the distance. And I hate golf, by the way, but just the first thought that came to my mind, right? If the pro shop doesn't carry the clubs that everybody's hitting the ball the furthest with, then it looks bad for everything involved. It looks bad for the company making the club. Why aren't they sold at the place I go play? It looks bad for Top Golf. Why don't you carry the thing that everybody's using? So it's a unique situation when you're staring down that barrel of, hey, I was at my local gaming store playing a game they don't make any money off of, and that's really bad for the store because the store is providing you with these cool tables and terrain and all the cool stuff to do. Yeah, it's all speculative until we know, but I'm interested to figure out what they're going to do with that. Of course, it's basically like the initial launch. The Trench Crusade team has done a Kickstarter in the past that created some cool models. They've had their rules set out there for a long time. You can go download the rules for free right now and start playing because it's also model agnostic. So the other thing is that you can take any of the models you have in your collection that feel, you could take your Deathcore or Krieg and they feel very Heretic Legion, and you could be playing Trench Crusade with your buddies tonight. Because the PDF is easy to read, quick, them all through. You can get all the campaign beta rules and all that stuff right now. They've done a fantastic job of making all that available to you to check out and see if it's something that's up your alley. And your friends and co-gamers in your area being able to go and just grab the rules in PDF form, I think is a huge help. Big Boss Man, you can toss a link up there, sure.
Hey, somebody likes us.
I think it'll let you. We don't ban links unless they're insidious. And I think that would help people a lot. You can go and check out the rules. Go download the PDF. See what you like. Get a feel for the game. Oh, I did a real crap job. I didn't get the other brown in here, did I? There you go. If you buy the STLs for a faction, you get all the available models. In the Kickstarter, they did Warband and then the expansion, and I'm using that word wrong. I forget what it's called, the reserves, I think. So, like this guy, the Shrine Anchorite did not come in the Warband files for the Trench Pilgrims. It came in the expansion or the reserve units, right? The build a bigger army part. So you do need to get all of the files, but if you buy into the whole faction by doing that, then yeah, you get all the available models that are at the time of release. And I'm assuming that we're going to see new models and new rules and things like that in the future, so there will be more, I would assume. Again, I'm not affiliated with them, so I can't answer these questions 100%, but Monument backed this. We back very little. We are not very friendly with Kickstarter. We don't like the concept here. But when we have people that we believe in what they're doing in a strong way and they do it in a way that's conducive to the way Monument thinks about it, we go and support the small companies especially, and the makers of cool things when we can. And we back this one at the highest level, which gets you all of the physical models, including the terrain, because they're coming out with FDM printed terrain for this as well. So we got all the terrain, every faction, it printed in STL. So we went hard on Trench Crusade. I've been a lover of the mythos and the IP since I first found it on Facebook, talked about along the lines of I forget what the sci-fi game is that's also very indie, and a couple years back looking for stuff. Trench Crusade bundle up from a third party on my mini factory. It's free, cool, and only $7 for 2 days. Yeah, there's a bunch of third party miniatures too, which they fully support, which is great. What will you paint the skin as on the guy attached to the wheel? Are they alive or dead on there? So they are broken on the wheel at the beginning of battle. So assuming that they're alive for a little while, so his skin will basically be kind of like hers. I started with royal purple, and then worked in a couple of flesh tones, and of course she's got a bunch of blood on her from the stigmatic leaking from her eyes onto her chest, right? But it'll be very hack and slash skin. I'm trying to everything very textured on this. Yeah, exactly, Sid Nerds. Yeah. Some of the artists that I follow on the various worlds of social media started posting up stuff about this Trench Crusade thing, and it just got me down the rabbit hole. Sid Nerds, thank you for the follow. Brutal Burrito asks about the heavy acrylics. Yeah, they're on the way. We're just finishing up the label and the packaging. They've all been approved. We have all the colors, 16 colors to start. We're hoping for early in the 2025. January is my target. We'll see how close we can get because of packaging. Yeah, the only model I've painted on stream so far with the heavy bodies was the Crone. But we use the heavy bodies for all the main coloration on her. I never finished her, but we did all of the skin just with the CMYK. So the skin, eyes, teeth, all of that was just done with magenta, cyan, yellow, and black, white. So showed you guys and gals how to do CMYK style painting to do flesh tones. It turned out really nice. They're great paints. Super easy to use for those that are willing to understand that you have to do a little bit more work when you paint that way. Simply because the colors have to be mixed, right? They have to be thinned. They're in a paste form, which is not great for 3D, but it's the best way to get single pigment paints. A lot of our liquid paints and Pro Acryl are single pigment as well, and work great, but it is definitely going to give you a higher quality paint, even higher quality than our normal Pro Acryl, to get them in a thicker, heavy-bodied acrylic, right? So we're calling them the Expert Artist Acrylics, Pro Acryl Expert Artist Acrylics. And they will be available hopefully in January. It's the first paint product we're releasing where we're not packaging it here at the factory because we don't have the machinery to be able to do tube paints here. So all we can do is create them, and then we have to have a partner vendor load them into tubes for us. So that'll take us a little bit longer to get to market than we normally would, because we could normally just wait on the labels and then we start making stuff. Here we got to make the labels and then wait for production to get them to us. So working through all that right now. But very, very happy with the outcome with the heavy bodies. Does painting with heavy body acrylics feel all like painting with oils? Nah. I mean, well, it depends. Like all the paints feel the same coming off the brush at a particular viscosity. Oils feel different because they continue to move. They have a long open time, right? Because the solvent in them is oil, and the oil doesn't cure technically ever, right? So the pigments in like old oil paints didn't have, the oil was a binder. It was the thing that, as oil dried, it kind of gave you a film that act like an acrylic, but it's not, So the oils are very different feeling overall because of that. Modern oils don't, feel too dissimilar, but they still are. And then, but as a paint on like a canvas, they will feel very similar as you paint with them. Acrylic to me always has, I don't know what to say, a creamier feel than oils. But my work in oils has generally been thinned, right, with mineral spirits and using them more as glazes, even on canvas. The reason I would use an oil is, very rarely do I get into a situation where I'm like, yeah, I'm going to blend the hell out of this thing and I need an oil. That's just not how I paint, me personally. So I need olive flesh. So for oils, the gist for me was needing them so that I could do glazes. They're great for glazing. Whoa. You're encountering what life as Jason feels like, since all of my paints were rearranged by another particular individual, and I can't find some of my colors. So I go steal them from him again. I don't have it. I have dark ivory. That's not what I'm looking for. I need olive flesh. Now I think we only got like one full set of colors here at one point in time or another. It's not like we make paint and I could just go grab paint, right? I need olive flesh. I'll be adding olive flesh into the light umber a bit as I go, and then by itself. So you'll notice that the wood grain gets very bright because the olive flesh is almost like a white. A very bright tint color that trims a little bit yellow. Feels like a bright khaki almost. Vector, what's going on? So for heavy bodies, you wouldn't sketch in the colors and then come back and blend it later? How do you mean, Pop Chicken? The heavy bodies are less opaque, right? So the opacity of single pigment colors is usually not going to be as high as with the liquid colors. The liquid colors we build for opacity at a lower viscosity so they can paint three-dimensional objects in fewer coats. Traditionally, paste acrylics, obviously paste oils, don't give you a lot of opacity. The darker colors will, more so than the bright colors. But there's various layers in there, and certain colors do. Blacks and whites have lots of opacity. And so what you're looking to do is use them after the fact. Like I painted the crone. I went with her with just the heavy-bodied acrylics for everything on the skin, the base coat and everything. Normally, how I would paint with heavy-bodied acrylics would be to use our Pro Acryl liquids, right, as a base coat for the opacity, the one coat coverage, and do that. And then I would start using the heavy bodies to layer my paint on top of that because of the lack of opacity, right? So, you can treat them more like a glaze without having to be glazing. You don't have to do but like one or two layers to get the color you want, but it lets the colors beneath show through. So you're really layering. You're building color on top of color and getting the results of those colors as they blend visually as you go. That's the key. That's what I'm always looking for when I use them. That's what makes them such a powerful tool. It's why, you look at like Marco Frazzoni and, some of these people that come from a more traditional art background will use paint like that because that's a traditional layering method. We talk about layering in the world of miniatures and most people don't really know what that means. Layering is just putting the next color on, right? What is the next layer? And layering really wants to be something that allows you to see more of the colors you are going over in that process. And we typically have to think in terms of, okay, you mean glazing. Well, glazing is another way to do that. But glazing, in order to build up vibrancy and get back to the color you were really painting with, requires a lot of layers. And then you typically will desaturate the paint along the way, and that can be a bummer. If you've seen people paint and it looks very, the colors are very knocked down, very desaturated, you can usually bet that that person paints with a glazing technique that requires, 5, 6, 7, 10 passes of color to build up to it. And they get that very kind of knocked down feeling, which can still look cool, but when on an entire model, it gets a little old. So what the heavy bodies allow you to do is get the effects so that you can see the layer underneath, but you're only having to use 2, 3 layers max of paint, which will retain the vibrancy as you go, because you're not diluting it as much. When you have to dilute an opaque paint in order to glaze, you desaturate color too much. So starting with a color that is less opaque is the place to be.
I'll just throw back my legs and pollute my breeches with delight.
And that's where heavy body acrylics really come in. Why a lot of painters like to do oils for that, for glazing and such. Filters, because the oils have much more vibrancy. They're going to cover well, but they start less opaque. Our transparent paints fit that and do that same exact thing. Pop a chicken. Yeah, I mean, you better have a lot of space if you're painting that way. That's called wet blending with acrylics, and you can do that, but you have to be speedy with it. Vector says opacity is achieved with white and such. I mean, you can layer to opacity, right? Because you're just adding more pigment on. But if you want one coat opacity, then yes, the colors that give you one coat opacity are generally mixed on a white or black foundation. It has to have a pigment in there as a base that is inherently opaque. And then you're just tinting that, right? That's, again, we go to think about house paint. House paint starts with a white or dark base, and then you build up pigment inside that base to get the color you want. But you started with a paint in the white or the black or some grays or whatever that was already opaque. So now you're just changing the color of that. The vehicle was opaque. Unlike our transparents that are, single pigment, or the heavy bodies that in most cases are single pigment, although some of them are hues, mixed blended hues. And thank you for the follow, whoever that was. Sorry, I'm alone today. So if you're new here, welcome to the Monument Stream. We are technically not open today, but I couldn't leave well enough alone. I wanted to come paint with my internet friends, so here I am. Thank you for joining in. Hope everybody is having a wonderful beginning to your weekend, if it's that for you. If you're in the U.S., then you're already probably on your holiday weekend. It is the Thanksgiving weekend, Black Friday, and all that jazz. You celebrate Thanksgiving. Hopefully you had a good one. We've got a skeleton crew of 7 or 8 people here in the shop today that are handling Black Friday orders to make sure the Monday crew isn't too far behind when they show up. That's always a strain on us this time of year. It can be a real stressor for the employees. So this time I'm spending more attention with the bright color to do finer lines. Same brush. This is number 4 synthetic tester that I have. I think this is number 4. It might be number 3, but I think it's a number 4. Still has a good enough point after all these months of using it to get some good details. And that's a blend of light umber and olive flesh. And then we'll finish with just olive flesh, which will be a very bright and jarring highlight on top of these colors. that we will then knock back with transparent brown. And the transparent brown has a neat kind of ruddy, orangey yellow feel to it. And that's really what gives us the kind of, oak barrel wood that I'm looking for, just so I can add some color into this. I guess I could just leave it this grayish, toned down, desaturated brown that we're going to be creating with the olive flesh here at the end. We'll take a look and see what I think. Because we could also use like a brown wash over it, and the brown wash is less orange. It's a kind of it's hard to say a neutral brown because neutral isn't really what brown is, but a more grayish brown, if you will. Play it by ear. I try to not paint with too much of a plan. My plan is more in terms of theme than in particulars when I paint. So I'll look at an army like this and say, I just want it to be really, really desaturated and nasty looking. After every paint session, you cleaning your brushes with shampoo, Kruger? Yes. Chat's going to laugh at me. I don't clean my brushes. A lot of times I'm testing new brushes, new brush types, new ideas, and I don't clean very often like I should. But yes, you should. We make Gentastic's Drunken Brush Goop. Jen makes that by hand. Her and her team over there make the brush, the soap, mix it almost daily, and then package it all here in the plant. And we do so because you need to be taking care of your brushes if you want to get long life out of them, for sure. And so yes, after each session, a quick clean is really good, and then you can do like a deep cleaning, say once a month or something like that, depending on how often you paint. There's not a real good way to say that there's a definite follow the rules, do this. The more you clean, the better off you'll be, for sure. But you'll notice that most of my brushes have got a lot of paint in the ferrule. I'm really hard on my brushes. Like I said, the main reason being that I do all of our brush testing, design all of our brushes. And so for me, I beat the crap out of them just to see how well they'll hold up for you when you have them, so that I can feel more confident saying, oh yeah, you can paint with our brushes no matter what you're doing, no matter how you're painting, they'll hold up. They'll give you what you want, because you guys will come in here and watch me use the same brush for 6 months, and we paint a lot. Less color as I go to the underside, just because I'm already kind of thinking about building in that highlight. Again, really great sculpt. Gives me a lot to work with the grain, so this is very easy. If you had something that was flat plastic, you could see how just doing these kind of sweeping strokes, you could fool yourself into thinking you have wood grain too, doing these same colors in the same way. It's just this model makes it easy because it already has it built in, so I don't have to worry about it too much. Sin nerds. I love that freaking guy made a video and now the whole world thinks there's something that's changed with freaking brushes. It's a shame that Squidmar, and I don't know if you're actually talking about the Squidmar video or not, but it's a shame that Emil didn't understand how to do business in the world of brushes and had to make a video that says the US government is trying to steal his business or kill his business, when that's been around since, I don't know, late 90s, I want to say. We've had to deal with it forever. We're officially licensed with the U.S. government and imports and fish and wildlife, so that we can do exactly what he's saying you can't do. We do it every day. Well, not every day, but no. There's been a problem for a long time with getting Kolinsky Sable into the U.S. because of a snafu in the designation of the species Mustela kalinsk, right? Mustela siberica, which is a weasel from Siberia that we make brushes out of. And the governing body misreported it in North America. I think it's affected in Canada too, but I can't guarantee that. I don't really check that often. And what it does is it requires the importer to have what is called a CITES license provided to them by the manufacturer. So assuming your brushes are made overseas, whether they're made in, Europe or England or wherever, it's called a CITES, and that's an acronym. You have to have a CITES license. The CITES license has to be provided. It's a paperwork trail that goes back to the trapper. So it has to start at the origin of where the animal comes from, because what they're trying to do is make sure that all of it is done without poaching and without any kind of illegal activity involved in making sure that this animal and the trade of its furs and everything abides by, international law, of which there really isn't. Right? Because it's not an endangered species, it's a protected species. There's a difference, right? The protection doesn't mean that you can't, it's not like it's not like elephant tusk ivory or anything. You can still get it. It just has to follow these rules for the U.S. and only the U.S. that I know of, and possibly Canada, like I said. So the problem is that if you're a trapper in Siberia, a company that traps animals and sells their fur, right? The fur that's used for paintbrushes is the absolute minimum quantity of hair off of that pelt, right? So the weasel pelt is used for all sorts of things. It's a kill farm. You can't just shave the tail, get the brushes, and then let the animal grow more hair and shave the tail again. They kill the animal in most. For all the cases that I know, somebody might argue with me and say there's no kill farms for weasels, but I don't know of them. The animal is killed for all the other parts that service all these other industries and do everything from clothing to probably makeup and who the hell knows what else, right? They use a lot of the animal. The hairs around the tail are used for paintbrushes, for fine quality paintbrushes. There may be hair used for other things too in the brush world. And so because it's such a minimal quantity of the production value of that animal, those people don't want to take the time to create a document that tracks the hair, where it came from, then pass that on to the broker, and the broker has to sign their name to it, and everybody has to take responsibility for their section on that path. Nobody wants to do it. That's why if you go on like Rosemary & Co.'s site, they say we can't ship Kalinsky to the U.S. They'll ship red sable because it's a different animal. It's not on the protected list, doesn't require CITES. So, you can still do brushes. So it's just a big, crazy wives' tale. Number one, Kalinsky sable at this time and age is no different, really, in what you're getting because of the way that China has manipulated that entire market. China over-purchases. They produce fraudulent brushes, right? So you have a tremendous amount of manufacturers out there that are fraudulent in their claim of what they have in the brush because they probably don't know. It's not malicious. But that whole world has been desaturated with the mixing in of synthetic hair, the mixing in of the incorrect animal hair, and who knows what you're getting anyway, which is another reason why they can't provide CITES documentation, because most of those people in that chain know you're not getting Kalinsky hair. So if they call it Kalinsky hair when they know it's not Kalinsky hair, it's providing them huge amounts of problem anyway. So it's a very nefarious world because we're just a small niche. It's not like there's a whole paintbrush world that's going and farming weasels. It's such a subsection of what's going on there, and nobody cares. Nobody in the actual provider arm of this material cares at all about where it goes. And China found out that they can call a brush Kalinsky and charge $5 more for it, and so they'll call synthetic brushes Kalinsky and sell them to you, and you'll get garbage. And so that whole world is falling apart. That's why we've been focused more on advancing synthetic technology, which of course Emil said in his video that he's trying to do something new. It's like we've been doing it for years, right? Not to, again, it's kind of a backhanded deal to him because it's like, come on, man. People out here have been managing this world forever. And that's what we've been doing. That's why you'll see me paint this brush right here is exactly that. This brush right here loads and unloads paint better than most Kalinskys I've ever used. It's a synthetic, and we've been using it for a year on stream. Close to a year now on stream, these two brushes. I've really been beating up the number 3 more because the number 3 is a brush size we don't have. So you can see it's chunked. It's got tremendous amounts of paint in the ferrule and all that. But I've been using these white handle brushes. You'll go back on the shows and watch. I've been really focused personally on making sure that we can create synthetic brushes that feel better for painting how we do, so that you don't have to worry about all of that in the future, you know. Iterator, what's going on? Weasel butt. Yeah, it is. When you lick your brush, you are literally licking the hair that is very close to Weasel sphincter. Kruger, this guy is like a walking Iron Maiden. It's a big suit where inside in the chest is sitting a penitent who has got spikes driven into them when they clamshell the machine or close the door on him. And he's angry and masochistic and marching this thing across the battlefield. This guy's just having a bad day. He's one of the ecclesiastic prisoners that gets sacrificed at the beginning of battle and broken on the wheel, and it gives the wheel maybe extra damage. I don't remember. Gets to make rerolls. What Squidmar's videos, he needs a U.S. distributor? No, he still has to provide sites, which he can't do. Because whoever's making his brushes is not providing sites information to him, so he cannot provide it, and a distributor won't help him. That's the problem. And he did it the wrong way and basically broke the law, and now they'll be watching for it in customs. They've got him labeled now in customs. They've done that to lots. We've seen it happen to lots of manufacturers, right? So... Automaton, exactly. Clickbait is, I'm over it, right? The U.S. government's been trying to wreck businesses since forever. Get on our level. Hang on, let me go back here. Speaking of brushes, are still trouble with Kolinsky Sable. We talked about that. Imports, blah, blah, blah. Monkey Sacks, what's going on? Yeah, these are the early release models from the current Kickstarter. We've been working on the Trench Pilgrim, so I've spent the early days of this week getting all the metal right, and now we're going in and starting to detail things. I did a couple of my stigmatic nuns, right? Even did blood effects, which you never see me do. I never do blood effects. This is all for you, gang. That was just his supply issues. What is the most difficult color for you to make? Oh, good question. Difficult color. I don't know that any of them are decidedly difficult. Once we created the formula and got the formula for Proacryl, all of our main line paints, the key with Proacryl is the ability to suspend as much pigment as we do in a paint that feels lightweight, meaning that it doesn't have to be thick in order to have a tremendous amount of pigment. Everybody else's paint, in order to put a lot of pigment in it, has to be thick. And so if you start with a thick paint, you have to thin the paint. Well, if you're diluting the paint, you're diluting the pigment richness. And so why am I spending for thick paint if I'm never using thick paint, right? It goes into, if you're going to make thick paint, make paste acrylics, because they are so much more pigment than our normal colors that even when you dilute them, they're going to be on par or better for pigment. They cost more because of that, right? So in liquid colors, you know, I once we get the formula the way we want it, none of the colors are super hard. Now, getting a color to be what I want it to be and finding the right blend of pigments to do that sometimes baffles me. I have problems with that sometimes. Only because I'll fight myself. I'll sit here and make a color, and in making that color, I'll for 3 days sit here for 8 hours a day going back and forth until the color's right. Khaki took forever. On our khaki bottle, the little tagline text is finally, right? I think. Of course, I'm not going to have khaki here either because, you know, yeah. Because why would I have the right color here? I don't have khaki. Jordan steals all my paint and then doesn't give it to me. But yeah, it took forever to get khaki the way I wanted it to be. So to date, I would say that's probably the hardest. Some of our signature colors, because the signature line is made with the artist in mind. And we just got a whisper from Orno, I'm noticing. Oh, that's from... Oh, you just brought that up. Yeah. Oh. Jen sneakily over in the producer's chair, but you wouldn't know that if I didn't tell you. She said, shh. So some of the signature colors are tough because they come from the side of somebody else comes up with a color. Mashik, Louise, you know, they say, here's my idea for a color. I mix this using GW and Vallejo. This is the way that I make it, because most of the artists in our world are mixing some other hobby paints. And so they'll mix these two colors that, you know, I may not have access to or older. And they'll send me a color. we always get a color swatch from them. They'll send me a dry pull down of the color, and then I put it on a table, and like those videos on YouTube or TikTok, I sit there and I mix color until I get it right. We don't deal in hex codes and digital color codes here. We do it old school. I take base pigment and mix base pigment together until I generate the color, and I have to then retrace my steps and make it as few pigments as possible to get to the color, and do it in a way that starts with a base pigment that is in that color family so it mixes correctly. Right, I can't start. We've talked all the time about we don't start with yellow and blue to make green. We start with a green, and I have a broad range of green pigments I can start with, depending on if I want it to move towards bluish hues or yellowish hues. But it's always green, and so sometimes the artist colors can be a hassle because I didn't come up with a color. I say hassle; they're just harder for me to make, right? And then, but they feel better when you hit them, right? It's like I love it. Derpstick says, would shadow flesh and bright shadow flesh make for a good skin tone? Hang on, I need to scroll here. You're not sure what skin tone that would be, but I'm picturing a Native American warrior or Aztec warrior with that skin tone. If you want to do South American style, Central South American style flesh, then I would start with advanced flesh tone. And then you can mix shadow flesh and the brighter flesh tones into that. But advanced flesh tone is going to give you a richer starting base, right? Because it has a more, less of a pinkishness to it, more of a bronze, yellowy tone to it. So this is a great place to start. Dark flesh into advanced flesh tone, and then you can start using any of the other ones, tan flesh, bright advanced, any of the other brighter flesh tones in with this, except for probably, I wouldn't use like a beige red. A beige red's a little bit too pink. It might work, but you'd mix it in with this. This would be your main color, would be advanced flesh tone, and then you'd mix your other flesh tones into it to get the highlight that you like. Olive flesh, like I'm using right now, would be really great to mix in with it, because it still has a yellowish tone to it. Golden brown would work great. Or no, yeah, if you ordered Raphael's. And the US customs approach to it has been that once they recognize the issue, if they're brought in without a fish and wildlife license, if they're labeled correctly, a lot of companies, like I said, unfortunately label them as Kolinsky and then don't actually use Kolinsky, because when you check the import document, it'll say Mustela siberica, right? Or instead of Mustela Kalinsk. And the Siberica is red weasel, red sable hair, right? And so if you look at it, you'll find that they'll either circumvent it by calling it what it's not, or you won't be actually getting Kolinsky. So, are those highlights on the shoulder painted, or is reflection of the light? Highlights on the shoulder. What are we talking about on this guy? There's highlights on the shoulder that are painted. It's done with silver dry brush over the top of the regular colors here. But it is metallic paint, so a lot of what you're getting for brightness is going to be that reflection. But where the reflection is brighter is going to be where the silver is. You can even see, like on the shoulder, how the reflection is brighter towards the outside where the silver built up, as opposed to the inside, even though that's all facing the same light, because this is more of the darker paint where the dry brush didn't hit. Rand, what's going on? The poor sheep on the sacrificial lamb on the front of this thing. Iterator over on Twitch now. Was YouTube acting up? Is metal medium still the most costly to produce? Yes, by a long shot. Like 3 times more than our other most expensive paints. And yet it only costs $1 more. Oh, red sable. Yeah, if you're doing the red sables, they can get over here anytime. Yeah. Which is funny because they're basically the same animal. Like, if you want the truth, the red sable comes from the female and the Kolinsky comes from the male. Shh, don't tell anybody. there are different species in there, so that's not 100% true, but that's kind of the way you can look at it. Big Boss, yeah, the magnesium's a tremendous color, bar none. Just an amazing color to use for metallics, because you can start and use it as a base for golds and silvers, pretty much whatever you want to do. You can start with magnesium. It just looks so good. D-Fresh, Noosh is super fun. You know, Jordan tends to use it on a lot more models than I do, and that's just I think a function of me and the way I think of it as a filter. But he's shown us over the course of its release that you can use it for dang near anything. You know, Jordan's use was very different than mine. I'm using Noosh very early on to perform the rust function, but I don't want it on all the colors of the model, whereas he was doing it more of a black and kind of gritty overall environment filter that he did over the top of all of his colors, almost like he would do a black wash. And it worked great. So it just shows the flexibility of the product. The ability to play with it because of its long open time just makes it, bar none, one of the best tools for having fun with painting miniatures. Lots of fun. Provide you with a tool you can't get out of any other product out there, not a retarder or any other traditional medium. The magnesium and the black and the Noosh give it kind of a green feel. It does, right? It gives you that tarnished feel that you can't really tell. Like if you look through here in the chest area, right? It picks up hints of almost a green. That's that yellowishness of the magnesium mixing with the black wash, right? Again, one of the reasons why magnesium is such a great color, because it has this really crazy nuance to it. It's just great. One of the things that the Adepticon team, they came up with that. And they said, hey, I need you to do something like this. And I said, well, I probably can't get it exactly the same, but I can get you the general feel. And I think what we came up with was spot on. Paint I'll use any day of the week. That and dark bronze, right? Two of my favorite metallic colors ever. New guy Phil said he might come join us, but he's also been here since like 8 o'clock. Huh? Yeah, he's been here. He's been here since 8 o'clock, so we'll see. I know he needs to go home at some point in time and make sure his dog doesn't destroy his house. But he said he might do that and then come back. I don't know. He might be that committed, gang. Oh, awesome. Were you able to help him out with the primer? Okay, cool. Your mic's off, by the way. I have you all on mute.
I'm not.
Ben's just trying to get all of the orders input in the system from our 5,000 Discord follower giveaway. You guys weren't here for that on Wednesday. You missed a good time. Notice how if you do a line that starts up here, brighter at the top, trails off at the end of your brush stroke, right? This is that brush control conversation. Do these brighter strokes up top, then you let them trail off. Then you go bright again somewhere along the line. It makes it look like there's a dent in the wood, like the grain is pushed in. Boop. So something you can do to change it up, even though this is just flat, to make it look a little more interesting. Neat little tricks. Freehand altarpiece of saints in the wood panels or what? I'll probably do crosses on them, but then this is a picture frame that's supposed to have like a painting of a saint in it. So I have to freehand like a little saint or something in there. That's going to be fun. So much for getting the army done quick. Right? As soon as I'm like, oh yeah, great, army speed painting. And then I'm like, oh, freehand crosses and effigies. I did the cross on our nun very quickly, though, so that's not a big deal. Not a big deal. Nothing I can't handle. Almost out of paint on the brush, so I know I got this area down here. I don't want it to be too bright, so kind of using it like a dry brush here at the end. Got him. Right now it's just olive flesh. We'll just take raw olive flesh, which is going to be super bright, and we're going to lose a little bit of the nuance of the wood. Well, not really. You still see this grain and all, but it's not going to feel color-wise much like wood, because see how much brighter the olive flesh is to all of the mixes we've done with the, I say all of the mixes, that mix that we did with the light umber and the olive flesh. semi-thin, I would call this. Not ultra thin, but thin enough that I can still layer it up if I want to hit it once. It's good. But in a lot of cases where I want it brighter, I'll have to do like 2 or maybe 3 brush strokes on an area to really nail the brightness I'm going for. That guarantees that I'm not just going to hit a particular spot and have it be way too bright and then have to feel like I got to go back and fix it. I can kind of put the color where I want it, see if I like it there, and then I can make it more bold by adding a couple additional strokes. And it blends off into the rest of the browns very nicely. So I can control that a lot better than going in with just a big opaque stripe of paint, which would kind of blow everything apart. And again, I'm only thinning because I have more moisture on the brush. Leave more or less water on your brush after you clean it, and it'll thin the paint for you, and you don't have to worry about putting water on your palette or thinning the paint on the palette. I always want the paint to be able to be the right opacity as if it just came out of the bottle. That way I've always got the same starting point with it. As soon as you start thinning the paint on your palette, the paint changes, and now when you go back to it the 3rd or 4th time, you don't know how much water to add because it's already diluted. You've been adding water to it all along. Since you're new to painting, Orno, another reason I love this model in Faction, I love browns and metallics. Oh yeah, it's just the right kind of dreary. If you really like earthy tones, this whole game has got you, right? You could pick any of these factions, you know, even the demonic factions. I think you could get away with doing the demon skin in like browns and weird kind of alternate flesh tones almost, and get away with it. Yeah. Well, that's originally what I was hoping we'd paint was this in New Antioch, but like they're technically both on the side of the god side as opposed to they're on the heaven side as opposed to the hell side. Is that the way to say that? New Antioch being more of the traditional military orders, religious Vatican kind of feel. These guys being just absolute maniacs, unsanctioned by the church, still killing demons. So we chose Heretic Legions, or actually, you know, it's what Jordan wanted to paint the whole time anyway. You see me taking most of the paint off of my brush before I go to the model. If you're new around here and haven't seen me paint much, that ensures that I don't have big globs of paint that hit the model when I come over here, but I still have good color, right? Because we're doing, number one, we're doing fine lines, fine-ish. I'm doing kind of wispy, art painterly brush strokes here. I'm not like pencil lining. I'm still adding texture as I go. Right? But I don't want any of these to just come off as big globs of bright color. It may seem wasteful, but your brush is going to pull more paint into the body of the brush when you get it off your palette than you're ever going to need at this level of painting. So I get that much paint is just from barely putting the tip in it, and then I come over here and waste most of it on my thumb. Now knowing that when I come over here, I get the color I want, but I get it in a very fine amount, Very controllable. Good to go. Chuck, what's going on? Just the tip, you say? Did I say that? Was that my outside voice? That. Again, I'm just going for the variation in contrast here so that we can really hit this with a nice filter over the top of whatever brown I choose. I don't know that I'm ready to say which one I'm going to use. I'm still leaning towards transparent brown, but we'll see. I like using transparent brown because you see a really neat effect, and I think just for the tutorial aspect of it, we'll do transparent brown because I think a lot of people in chat will really enjoy that. Seeing how big of a change and how unique painting with the transparents can be is always fun. I might do a filter with a transparent brown to get us kicked off, and then it may not be exactly indicative of the feel of the wood I was going for, but it'll look good anyway. Avian, what's going on? Should be able to get all the Trench Crusade models on Monday when the pledge manager. Oh, nice, Flapjack. Yeah, I just got the email today stating they were doing a dry run for some people today. I don't know who. I didn't get an email, so I'm assuming it's not us. We're calling it a smoke test. We'll see. I'm not going to do that bottom layer down there. I think it's fine like that. These. A 1,000 of them, yeah. There's 22,000 people on it. Isn't it crazy? Maybe more. That was the last I looked during the deal was something like 22,000. Amy told me a number on an email at some point. I forget what he said. I'll be putting out some announcements today, later, or tomorrow regarding the stream on Monday. So again, if you're interested in hearing straight from the horse's mouth some things about Trench Crusade. We'd love to see you on Monday too, when we'll be back for our next stream. We'll have some of the team or individuals that have created this amazing game. They'll be here to talk to us about it. I know I'm excited to hear all the things they have to say. Just talk nerd stuff, if nothing else. They are lovers of painting too, right? One of the first things when we reached out to them, they were like, "We love your paint," and that was great. But on top of that, they just love the hobby part too, right? They love when models look good. They see the same thing we do. It makes our world so much more fun. You could see how you wouldn't have to put any kind of filter on this at all if you didn't want to. Right now, though, what happens is we pull it into the same range to where it's not too dissimilar, even though the colors are totally different. You pick up the same vibe. The light umber olive flesh kind of go right in with it, so it becomes too one-dimensional here, right? The color of the wood to the color of the armor is too close. So we need to find a way to get that to liven up. I might even do a black wash on it first to gray the browns out a little bit, and then do the brown transparent. That feels good. So that may be where we go. Do a thin down black wash. Black wash is such a great, versatile way to go over your models to desaturate them. Also, if you need it as a shading mechanism, it can be really great for that, as we all know. The world of Gnome oil. I didn't do it. Thank you for that sub over on YouTube. I think that's what that sound is. Welcome to everybody. Dude, can you use the glaze and wash medium to make any color to simulate one of the transparent colors from the transparent set as well as top of any color I want? To some extent, yes. The transparent colors are all single pigment colors that are super, super vibrant. So the glaze wash medium will dilute the other colors that you use out of the standard line and make them less opaque so that you can use them as glazes and washes, hence the name. Whereas the transparent colors will start at a level that, yes, you can see through them, but they will still turn your model whatever color you're using. You use blue transparent over the top of whatever model you're painting, and that model will become instantly all blue. You'll see some hint of color underneath it, but you'll be blown away at how, I mean, think of them like inks. If you've ever used inks, they are the color. Transparent blue is blue, like ridiculously blue. Same with green and all of that. So, you just have to attack it in that sense that no other color in our line, no matter what you add to it, will achieve that level of intensity, because that's what really makes and sets the transparent line apart, is that it is ultra vibrant, ultra pigment dense, and starts at a lower opacity because it's all single pigment paint. The transparent line, the best way I can describe it, they are artist acrylics, like out of a tube in liquid form, like just bar none. They are in a different medium than our normal paints. They still are matte. They still work like a paint, but they are a different beast from the normal Prochrome. So they are their own thing. But yes, you can use the glaze wash medium to get the other paints to act like that as far as opacity goes. You'll see Jordan use it on damn near every model he does because of how well it makes the opacity controllable. So they're great for use with the glaze wash. All right. Oh, I got to put this on these other wood. I keep forgetting there's other wood things on here. These things. I'm like, time for wash. I don't think I'll ever stop being a playful child when I'm painting. I'm always so excited to do the next thing. My impatience gets the best of me all the time. I'm like, oh man, I was so ready to be done with this part and go paint the face or go paint the weapon or go play with the toys. And, and then you got to be like, oh, I got more to paint. I'm not done. You have more gold trim. You love that feeling? You're a psychopath. You'd be sorry if I grew up. Oh my god, I don't know what I do, man. I've had a lot of adult feelings in my life, like where I'm like, oh, I'm too old for this stuff anymore, and then I get right with myself real quick, and I'm like, what are you talking about, dude? It's very easy hanging out, especially in like business crowds where everybody's just, it's funny when I'm sitting around talking with Jen, I'll be like, all the normies. I'm like, these people are very normal. They don't get me at all. Like, I'm talking about how cool it is to, paint demon flesh. And they're all looking at me like I have 9 heads. Like, what are you talking about, dude? It's so funny how people are like, you run a successful business? Like, how is that possible? I think a lot of them are jealous because they see how much fun we have. Is there Jabe in the house? What? He says Happy Halloween. It's not Halloween, Jabe. That's not. If that's what your wife said when you woke up this morning, she's a liar. I don't mean to be the bearer of bad news. Also, there is no Santa Claus. Did he dress up like a turkey? He looks like a turkey every day. What you talking about? I think that's all the wood, right? All the wood. I'm going to paint that frame on the picture as gold. I need to have some gold on this guy. Now we can wash. Now we can has wash. Sheesh, Tank Adventure. I was wondering if anybody was gonna jab me for that one. He goes, "No, Santa. I'm starting to think you do want to be the bearer of bad news, and you're not sorry at all." I think you're lying to us. We need to find some way to get Christmas sushi into a Grinch costume. Oh, dude, I will buy a Grinch costume for Chris. Avian says the one problem of not hosting Thanksgiving is no leftovers. We have a little bit of rib left over. We had Jordan over to the house last night. So it was the 3 of us, Jen, me, and Jordan, and Cora, the dog. And so Cora showed Jordan all the love. It was funny. At one point in time, Jordan goes, it's really funny to see all the things you talk about how the dog acts in stream in real life, because she's like glommed onto him. She's like, her whole body's across him on the couch, like up at his head, not laying on his lap nicely. She's like, ah, like giving kisses in his eyeballs, and she's a nut. 65 pounds of love. And so he got to see all that firsthand. It was pretty funny, right? But Michael Payne Spitty said, "What did you just say? I can't hear you over my crying." Like the sobs. The grown man sobs. No, don't say it like that. I am Jason, bringer of tears. Welcome to my domain. Dear Monument Santa, I'd like a mini of the Monument Seal of Approval. Thanks. Oh, man, I want one too. Let's do it. I just don't think it'll sell. It would be fun, but I got to think of the commercial value of it. You think it would sell? Like the mini of me in a seal suit? Really? Santa Claus, is it real? Nailed it. So I just add 100 pounds to my brother's Frenchie and I get an idea of how Cora acts. She's only 65 pounds, but sort of, yes. Oh, see, now if we did it as a texture trainer, that could be kind of funny because the suit and the beard and the skin and like a beach ball, like holding a beach ball. Oh my God. Okay, now that could maybe now we're talking. Maybe now we're talking. The beach, like a little bitty beach ball, right? Like me, seal, like the fake seal, it has like the seal head and whiskers up on top, like the bad suit that it is, you know. And then the seal flipper hands in front of me, holding one of those little beach balls they were throwing at me during the thing, and like just a cockeyed, my funny cockeyed expression, like Bill the Cat. I'm in. We can make that happen. I can just take a photo and send it to our sculptor and say, go. See, the bouncing the ball off of me is hard to do. That's hard to pull off in a sculpt. Like, doesn't make sense. Doesn't look right. I love it. We can make this happen, I think. All right, I'm going to do a little bit of black wash. Black wash. We are going to need to thin it, so I'm going to mix it up in a cup. So here we go. Here's how you do the wash. You grab the wash in the bottle, you shake it up, Einspy dry. Open that bad boy. Put it in the cup. Probably about that much. We don't need a ton. It's not, well, it's not that big of a wheel. A little bit more. It's a very scientific mixing method. You can tell it's scientific because we have a scientifically graduated cup that says this is 1 dram. So we have exactly no drams of paint in there. So that's scientific mixing at its finest. Then we take the water thingy. It's the eye cleaner bottle. You should own one of these. If you don't, it's Black Friday. They're probably free on Amazon. And you put a spritz of water in there to thin that down. So probably about 50-50 water and wash. We don't want this to be ultra dark, because we want it to show the brown through. We just want to darken it up a little bit in the crevices, right? So take a little bit of it and wipe it on your hand tattoo like that and see how much of it covers. What's that? You don't have a hand tattoo? Pfft, are you even painting, bro? Now I've just become there's no Santa Claus and you need hand tattoos. I am literally the enemy of every mother ever in the history of motherhood. I admit. If anybody's mom is watching right now, I apologize. I do all this for showbiz. This is not the real me. I'm actually a very nice guy, and all the tattoos are fake. And all the tattoos are fake. All right, here we go. Just water and wash. Water and wash. We're going to do it on the backside first. You've panic bomb freehands the tattoos in every day, as you should, right? You're not even trying if you just have real ones that don't go away. What the heck, right? I don't really want it on the metal, but I got a little carried away there, so. Do-do-do-do-do. What it should do is just give us a little bit of desaturation, graying out the browns like that, right? That's going to be perfect. thinned down wash is a very, very powerful tool because it can still be the filter you're looking for without clogging up a lot of detail, without changing the value of what you've painted too much. You're not always looking to just shade the crap out of your model, believe it or not. This is really good. Basically a gray filter with how diluted we have it right now. More so than a black. Brings a little bit more of the grain spots in, builds up some darkness as we get into the pinch of those metal bands, which is really nice. I think that was the exact right thing to do. Works like a champ. And being that it's so thin, it'll dry in no time. You can see, right? You can see how monochromatic that is against the metal. You can see the wood grain, so it lets you know it's a different material, but it's almost like you painted it in the same colors as the metallic. I'm still trying to figure out what color I want to do because I don't want it to... I like the rustiness, right, of the bands. So I'm not real sure where I want to go with it color-wise. Adding in almost a green would be kind of cool, right? Almost like we did... What's his nuts? This guy. Like we did this wood, right? Where we had it more warm yellow greenish. I don't want to go with the yellows, but the green and blue undertones for the Panfawn sire, right? I think are kind of cool. I wonder if I could get away with some green undertones on this. Since he doesn't have any white cloth, that might be smart because the other models are all going to have a little bit of green on the white cloth. So that might be the solution. The nice thing with wood is that we could have all of these be a little bit different. So I'll test one of these little small like panels with the brown transparent, see how we like it. And then we can move to another color and see if we like that better. Big brain on Brad. Yeah, but I like the desaturation of the browns with the black. That grayishness makes it look like that driftwood feel almost, right? Multi-stage washing source. Yeah. Yeah, using various washes of different colors to layer those up, as long as you're careful and thin them, it works really, really well. Right, you can see how the black just brought the nuance of the texture out even more, blended together my rough brush strokes with all of the layering that I did on the quick blends for the wood, and gives me a really neat organic feel, and graded out just like I wanted it to. So it's not, it's that, like I said, it's like that driftwood. It's that you can tell it used to be brown, but maybe it's been soaking in water for a long time. So it's a Jason. It's a me. Oh, this is black wash 50-50 with water, then the brown transparent will come over this. The black provides my shading and the graying out of the browns first, and then I can do the brown transparent just in certain areas is my thought, because if I can make it look like it's kind of mottled and old. Or so is aggressively taking notes. It's a good thing these streams, like, they get libraried over on our YouTube channel. Mother, tell your children not to walk my way. For legal purposes, slow fuse is simply playing a character on stream. I like that. Can that just be the asterisk underscore on all of our streams? I cannot be held legally responsible for any of the things I tell you on stream because this is not actually me. This is a character I portray on television. Wink. Shine. Yeah, Source is like, I'm aggressively taking mental notes that will disappear as soon as I close my eyes tonight. All right. That I like. That just turned out really, really nice. See, it sets the kind of now grayish wood away from the rust color, which is the thing you have to be careful of with the browns. Right? The browns will tend to lean more into the color that we have here for the rust. So that's what's making me think maybe we do a green. So I'm thinking we'll take some camo green and turn it into a wash with the glaze wash medium and glaze that over the wood in certain spots, and then look at doing the brown transparent over that. So we're getting a little complicated, but it's a big model. It deserves it. Let's do it. How about them apples? I'm going to mix up two things. Mix up some brown transparent and some camo green. Right, so transparent brown. Thomas, what's going on? Heresy, couldn't be me. Not possible. Some brown. Specific scientific amounts are very important here, children. If you put any more or less than what I've shown you, it will not work. And then some camo green. Not yellow green. Camo green. Is this going to be one of those colors that we can't find? I have dark camo green. Do we want to just use that? I kind of want just camo green, though. Not dark camo. I kind of want camo. Camo. Boist. I got yellow greens here. I got black greens here. I have to go steal a camo green. I'm just going to commandeer this entire paint set over here so that I can have all the colors again. I bet they're someplace like in my transport case. I bet if we go look at like my little 48 Go Bag Neo, I bet they're in there. I bet every color I bitch about is a color that got landed into a transport case. I feel like that happened when I was gone to visit Miniac or something. Right, some camo green. Some glaze and wash. medium. Ta-da! Bud, no, I don't have any timing for you. Couple weeks. So it's getting close. About that much. Put in as much glazed wash medium as it takes to completely cover the visual so it doesn't look like there's any paint in the thing. Highly scientific here, kids. What I'm really trying to prove to you is that when you're mixing your paint up, it really doesn't matter. Mix some stuff up, play with it, see how it works, add more or less of something else, and you're fine. Good to go. I'm going to put about as much water as I did glazed wash medium if I can get my damn squirt bottle to work. So if you think about it like 50-50 water to glaze and wash medium, and then paint to taste. Ooh, I said that. Jen's going to be mad. This is how I generally start. I'm okay with things being less opaque and thinner than they need to be, because I can layer that back up to what I need. I can also just add more paint to this if it's not what I need. And I'll just take the handle like this. It has a lot of paint on it, and I'll wipe it on that hand tattoo you should have had. I think we just had that conversation about 10 minutes ago, so by now, if you don't have a hand tattoo, you're not even trying. Right? You've had 10 minutes, Chet. 10 minutes. And for the brown, I'm going to do the same thing. You can use the glaze wash medium with the transparents as well. Typically, I just add water, but on this, I want to add the glaze wash so that I keep it kind of paint consistency as I dilute it. And then just a little squirt of water. So less water than I did with the black, but still about a 50-50 dilution of the transparent brown overall. This will just keep it a little bit thicker because I don't want it to be as runny. I want to be able to paint with this in a very specific way, so I want to put it in just... I mean, I might slop it all over some of these panels, but I want to have the opportunity to just have it kind of go where I want it to. And just test the opacity. All right, so I got those two. Bam. Model. Do the thing. Put my eyes on. Flapjack says, I did kind of give myself an accidental hand tattoo a while back. Do we want to hear this story, or is that bad? That sounds bad. Like, Studio J7? What? What?
Rated already?
Studio J7 with a raid of over 100 freaking nerds. Your mic is off. You're going to have to go turn your mic on.
Oh, okay.
Hello. Hello, nerds.
Hey,
Hello,
somebody
you
likes
wonderfully
us.
lovely Studio J7 nerds. Welcome. It's rare that you guys get to raid into us, so very happy to have you. Hello, hello. I am painting up some Trench Crusade. We're painting a Trench Pilgrim's Shrine Anchorite currently, and we're playing with wood. I said that out loud.
Well,
You might regret it.
should you have?
Well,
It's done.
you know, you kind of ask for forgiveness, not for permission around here, I feel like, is your best bet.
Can I get that in writing?
No.
Oh,
No.
okay.
That only
That only applies to Jason.
That only applies to me.
Not
Sorry.
to me. All right. I see how it is. That's fine.
Everybody say hi, new guy Phil.
Hi. How is everybody?
How is you is the real question.
I is good.
Okay, good.
I just got done doing some orders. Getting a head start on the weekend.
Phil
which
was
is
the
good.
ringleader for making sure that we were not utterly behind once Monday comes around from Black Friday.
It was purely selfish.
Well,
Well, not purely. Like 90%.
I get it.
90%.
I get it, though, yes.
Hi, Studio J7. Awkward is here. Hi.
Hello, everyone.
Everybody's here. Sophist, hi.
Jade DeFace says you can't take it back now. I mean, it's on the internet, so we're kind of
It
screwed.
is. It's forever. The
Kind of
internet is
forever.
forever.
All right, so what I'm doing is I'm taking some camo green. How was the stream, studio? Taking some camo green, very, very diluted. We've added our glaze wash medium and some water, some agua. So it's very liquid, very low viscosity. Right, you can see that it has very low tint strength right now. It's not going to cover much, which is exactly what we want. And I'm putting that into the darker areas. So I'm going to let it straddle the mid-tone and then go into the shadow spots that I've got laid out on this wood grain that we've painted so far to give it kind of a mossy, wet, you know, trench grime feel. But not the whole thing. We did a black wash over the whole thing. We're going to be spot coloring with the green Washes are very controllable if you dilute them and make sure that you don't overload your brush with them. You can do a lot of really, really cool stuff like that. And gives us that kind of moldy,
Wet wood.
wet wood.
Looks great.
What are you working on?
Right now, nothing. I just reprimed a Battletech miniature that I let my nephews paint this weekend.
Okay. So you're course correcting that, I guess, is what you're saying?
Starting from scratch. I'm not.
Yeah.
It's not even a course correction. No, I mean they're like one of them's 5 and one of them's 8. So
That's fun, though.
yeah. Oh, they had a blast. So I don't mind. It's a mech I never use because it's bad. So
That
I'm not-
wins. That makes Uncle Philip
exactly
the best uncle on the planet.
I am.
Right there.
Aggressively takes notes.
Yes, we have a bunch of aggressive note takers in chat.
Because you're doing cool stuff
The
with cool
wood.
paint.
The wood.
The wood.
Super fun. Kill Team Marine captain tonight. Awesome. Awesome. Again, we're doing this. You may have heard of it. It's called Trench Crusade. We have some of the first pre-release models that they sent us. We printed them out in house. This is the Shrine Anchorite. That is a really big dude. It's like dreadnought size for my trench pilgrims. I have trench pilgrims. If you want horrific, grimdark, eldritch horror, really bad heaven and hell nightmare vibes, then Trench Crusade is for you.
It is for you.
It is probably one of my favorite IPs that I have gotten involved with in a long time. It's tremendous. You have all sorts of crazy stories for the Trench Pilgrims. This guy ate the blood and flesh of the Metachrist, and it bloats him and makes him super powerful, like superhuman strength. It's like super soldier serum in this game.
The Metachrist?
The Metachrist.
I have so many questions.
Yes, you should. We have stigmatic nuns that form the stigmata and bleed from the stigmata and then wield armor and go kill things.
That sounds great.
So
Fun all around for everybody.
fun for the whole family.
Family-friendly fun. That's what that
Fun
is.
for the whole family.
What trench faction are you painting, NG? They have not handed me one yet. So currently none.
We only got the Heretic Legions and the
Trench
Trench
Pilgrims.
Pilgrims for now, for
Yeah.
Jordan and I to paint up, but we have all of them. So it's really up to Phil to go find one he likes.
So far, I've liked all of them.
They're great.
Everyone I've looked at, I'm like,
I'm
that
with
looks
ya.
great.
Every
That looks
single
great.
one is mine. I'm like, yes, please.
I'm gonna wait for a couple other people to pick theirs, because then I'll just pick the one that no one else is playing, and I'll do that one. That's usually how I make decisions for armies.
They're all so good.
They all look great. So I literally would not be upset with any of them. Is that a dog or a rat or something hanging from the big dude's belt?
That's a sacrificial lamb.
It's a lamb. See his throat, and you can even see the throat is
The throat is
slit.
definitely hacked wide open, so there will be lots of
It
blood.
has been sacrificed.
There will be lots of blood.
I wonder, do they slit it pre-hanging it to his girder there, or is it?
No,
slit
I'm
post?
hoping they hung it on there and it was yammering on until it was not yammering on anymore.
Orno asked Metachrist, what about an off Metachrist?
It's break the Metachrist.
Break the meta. Flapjack says we're sensing some biblical imagery here. There's a little bit, only a tiny.
So the whole Trench
bit.
Crusade thing picks up at the storyline of like 1099 around the Crusades, and that the amount of blasphemous acts and sinning that was happening at the time of the Crusades opened a portal to hell and destroyed Jerusalem. I don't know if it destroyed it, but it opened a portal to hell.
They've invaded Jerusalem, much like the Crusades.
At the point of Jerusalem, right? And so what we're left with is this decimated ruin of the Holy Land with hell pouring into it to take over Earth. And now we've had a war that has been going on for however many hundreds of years that is, until 1914, which is around current time, 1918, that kind of World War I time frame.
Yeah.
And we now have basically Weird War One, which is Trench Crusade.
Flapjack says they did destroy Jerusalem, so they had to build a new Antioch.
Yeah, there's New Antioch.
New Antioch. So basically, yeah, it's
So yes,
It
it
was
is.
blown up.
It is a crazy, wild, and wacky play on the Crusades having extended into modern times. But now you have like true heaven and hell battling for it.
Yeah. Do you think Archduke Franz Ferdinand was assassinated in this timeline too?
I don't know that we ever got to an Archduke Franz Ferdinand.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I think this is just the progression of weird war mechanics and technology through time to get us to where this battle with hell has been going on for so long. Hell has bombs and nukes, and well, we don't know if hell has nukes, but
I feel like they would.
I'm really liking this. The green,
It looks really good.
just as a faint
Looks really good.
undertone on it, is working really well.
We have a painting question, Jason.
What's that?
Isophis asked, question for Zinchi Thousand Suns colors. What would you use under dark turquoise or to shade dark turquoise?
Dark purple, dark blue.
There you go. Is that your answer for everything?
Yes,
I feel like it is.
it's the way it works. That's the way
it
color
does.
works.
That's how it works.
Because you've got dark blue underneath my dark jade, and the dark turquoise is not going to be too far off of that. I use turquoise as a final highlight, but that's kind of how dark blue works as a shade for those kind of greenish blues. I think it's a great color. Purple adds some warmth to it, which can be really neat, but I really like the dark blue on the underneath. It works out really, really well.
I think it looks great. Fantastic.
Hell has scientists and engineers and an armory and all sorts of crazy crap. Yes,
They got everything.
they have paladins and knightly orders and
Hell does?
yeah,
Oh.
paladins of hell.
They just believe in
The
hell
paladins,
really hard?
I think the paladins, like the earthly god faction paladins, are the only ones that can survive crossing the dimension into hell. So they make raids into hell, but I think out of those, there's like, I forget if they made like 7 and only 6 or only 5 still live because 1 died and 1 went traitor
Oh.
or something like that. There's a whole storyline there that's really cool about the big like meta paladins that were on the Earth heaven side.
Team Earth. Team Meta Christ. Where would one go to read all of said lore that you have been spouting?
YouTube is a great place. There is lore in some of the PDFs that you can find if you join the Facebook group for Trench
Okay.
Crusade.
Okay.
There's PDFs there that have some neat stuff, as well as all the free rules to the game. So the Facebook group is great, listing out to all those.
Have to check
Big
that
Boss Man
out.
listed the link to the rules directly on download a little bit ago. So
Nice. I was not able to. I was listening to stream, but not listening too intently earlier. Must have missed it. Apparently, the church has a space program that started in 1899.
yes,
Space NASA, Church NASA,
Church NASA,
Church X.
Church X.
Church X.
Nice.
Love it. Rogue Hobbies did a lore video. Didn't know that.
Yeah. A lot of people get really jazzed about it. It is kind of the quintessential grimdark scenario. If you dig
looks-
that,
And it's
it-
World War One, which
is
I
there.
just is just great.
Yeah, it just has a really neat look and feel to it. As you can see,
Very
it'll
distinct.
take you into weird places
Real fast.
real fast. We've got the ecclesiarch prisoners. One of them is broken on the wheel here. You sacrifice them at the beginning of battle, but the other ones have bombs strapped to them and run out on the battlefield. You can see the det cord on their
It's
butt.
ready to go.
Goes back to a
Holy.
detonator that's controlled by an engineer, and when these guys hit close to the front lines, they get boop boop. Yep,
That's
close
great.
enough. Hit the button.
Yep. It's probably a plunger. They
They
like,
have these
cartoon
helmets on
plunger.
their heads. It turns out these are soundproof, so that the faithful can't hear the
They just
vitriol
run.
that falls from these guys' mouths because these guys speak all sorts of nonsense. They've started gibbering because they've started turning to the tide of hell. So they get taken as prisoners. They put those big helmets on them so that none of the faithful can hear the blasphemy that they speak, which is interesting in and of itself.
Studio J7 said, right, must just raid and run. as late here and I need to get some rest. Have a great stream and much love to all. Much love to you as well. Thanks for coming. Wimp.
You need sleep? Tell the Mrs. hello. Hope you guys are doing well.
Rest
Thank you so
well.
much for the raid.
Mm-hmm.
Wimp.
World War I, probably one of the most grimdark actual wars.
Oh, mustard gas? That's prevalent here. There's a lot of units that have, like immunity to gas and don't take the extra blood markers or wounds, as it were, from gas attacks and things. So it's a big deal.
All of Jordan's guys over here have gas masks on, so...
Yeah, cheater.
Cheater.
I only have the fury of God.
Yeah, you have the power of God on your side. I think you win.
That's not how this game works.
Oh, dang it. Dang it.
I'm a band of crazy freaking evangelists that aren't even sponsored by the church.
They're just doing their own thing.
They're too crazy, but the church looks at it like, well, if they're here, we might as well make them go first.
Yeah,
it uses
exactly.
them as a meat shield. We're the crazy
first.
people that are just like normal humans. Yeah, I think the green is a good way to do this.
I think it's a great way to do it. Is Late Pledge going live today or Monday? I know I've asked before, but I forgot.
Monday. They did a select group of testers today. Somebody mentioned it was like 1,000.
Ooh.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank
for
you.
that sub.
Vandalar the Red.
Vandalar, what's going on? Good to see you.
Thank you. Donka.
Bitteschön.
I'm just intrigued. I could just sit here and watch you paint this thing. I don't have to do anything. This is great.
Well, there you go.
This is awesome. But now I want to paint. Now I want to. Man, I might look at that late backer thing on Monday. Ooh. I have a printer at home.
Gotcha.
I know. I've been watching it the last couple days.
Gotcha.
It's
all right. So now I want to take a little bit of the brown transparent, which is going to be a warmer brown, right? So it has a little bit more orangey, yellowy feel to it. But again, we've thinned it way down, and we're going to use that over the wood and the green.
Valandar, I'm so sorry. It is Valandar the Red, not Vandalar. He said
Valandar. We know. He's been around a long time.
Amazing how many people swap the L and the ND in my nick. Yeah, that's
he's dyslexic.
I can't read, so that's all me.
He's a Marine. He eats crayons.
The green's the best. Bill can read the chats. Well, we've determined I can't read, so I don't know. Can I read the chat?
Gives a little bit of that golden wood color back. And that sets it off with the green from the rust very nicely.
It does.
So
everything has gotten wet.
I'm liking that.
Did they get trench foot in this?
I feel like see, that's what we've been talking about, is that they sure should.
They should. But if there's like miracles happening, like what if they don't because they believe hard enough? I feel like they do.
Most of my guys are barefoot, by the way.
Like, they definitely get it.
So all of my trench pilgrims are barefoot.
That's disgusting. I mean, I guess they'd probably be less likely to get
It is one of the
trench
things that made me want this faction so badly.
You
is
like
that
feet?
the guys, the hussars,
yeah,
are all sitting with bare feet. I'm like, fanatics, crazy bastages, sign me up. I'm in.
Barefooted war. That sounds crazy.
For the brown, I'm just going to kind of focus in on the areas where we didn't put the green the most, but then I'm going to go into those recesses with the grain stripe in the green area as well. And that'll kind of hopefully tile my browns and greens together so they don't look like they exist as painted spots. They coexist as just gross, wet, mottled, rotting wood that's held together by faith.
Held together by faith.
I feel like this whole army is just held together by faith, so.
I mean, they got a walking Iron Maiden. I'm in.
Now I'm really liking that.
French Crusade requires trench foot, slow fuse. Avian high. All the horrible things you do with the nailing crosses in your eyes and stuff is just a trench foot ward spell.
Yes.
Exactly. Nailed it.
Yeah,
Bitcoin.
The other big guy that I can never remember the name of has got the crosses nailed into his eyes.
That sounds painful.
Yeah.
How does he see? Oh, by faith.
I don't think seeing is exactly
By
what they
faith.
were worried about with
Got
that guy.
Yeah. I understand.
I'm not sure that was a thing. I think he's guided by the Metachrist because he ate the flesh and body of the Metachrist.
Oh, yeah, it's a big guy. He's just... French pilgrims. It ain't much, but it's honest work. Bitcoin is held together by faith. Yeah.
Also true.
Yeah.
Also true. Bitcoin yells about fiat capital, and then I'm like, so what gives yours your worth? The fact that it's worth some amount of dollars?
Because people believe it is.
Exactly. It's orc money.
It's orc money.
Bitcoin is orc money.
WOG is held by
It
his
works
faith too.
because of the faith of the orcs. They believe in the WA.
Kind of a Book of Eli situation. I understand.
Yes,
That's
which is
exactly-
great, by the way.
It's a great movie.
Great reference.
Somebody likes us.
Somebody does like us. Who likes us? White
Great.
Leon.
Crazy, a bunch of crazy
you.
people. Oh, I'm liking that.
I like it a lot.
Yeah, that gives the nuance that it was missing and that I didn't want to have be too monochromatic. I think this nails it.
Just like real money.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like real money.
Also true.
How was everyone's Thanksgiving? Those who participate.
Sounds like everybody ate well and has leftovers.
That's great. Oh, that's right. I gotta take my leftovers home. I brought them today for lunch.
Oh, did you? Oh, but we bought one.
I didn't know you guys were buying lunch, so I brought lunch.
Bum.
So now I get it for dinner. Oh, I probably have enough for the next, 5 dinners.
I was going to say.
I have so much.
Yeah, I'm a fan of this.
I think everybody here is a fan of that, Jason.
Yeah?
I think
We
so.
liking it, chat?
I think we're liking it. I like it.
I specifically did not do green on the spokes so that when I hit them with the brown transparent, they'll look a little bit different.
Different wood.
I'll go a little bit heavier with the brown transparent on those.
You forgot to bring leftovers home from your parents? That's a travesty.
Leaving Thanksgiving leftovers at the house you ate at is always a bad feeling. I
It's
can
just
sympathize
awful.
with
That
you.
sounds awful.
I have done that a lot in my years because it just isn't always second nature to want to take, freaking a bunch of, what do you call them, Tupperware things home. And generally, whenever I would cook and take stuff over to somebody's house, I don't ever want to see it again. I'm like, can you just please keep that?
Please,
And then you wind up
you
with
keep it.
leftovers, and you're like, well,
Yeah, I take the leftover turkey and I do 2 things. I make turkey
Sandwiches?
sandwiches and turkey noodle soup. Or
turkey noodle soup.
turkey
alright.
noodle soup with matzo balls every
Alright.
year. It's
I can
great.
I can see it.
It's just chicken noodle soup but with turkey. You got so much of it. I can only eat turkey sandwiches for so many days in a row before I need a different avenue.
I just despise turkey.
Yeah. It's not my favorite.
I forgot. Like Jen,
I forgot.
when we went to Ike's today, we got sandwiches for the crew that came to work today, gang. And Jen was ordering, and she
Spoil
told
us
me
here.
she was ordering from Camelback, and I looked on there, and they have a sandwich I really wanted to try last time, but I didn't. And then she comes back and goes, oh, but parking there's going to be horrible because it's in a big parking lot where everything is like Black Friday, Best Buy, and that kind of nonsense,
gross.
up on Camelback.
Yep.
And so she said, I'm going to go downtown to Roosevelt instead. And so I had to order from Roosevelt, and they didn't have the same sandwich. So I just immediately was like, I'll take the Da Vinci, which is kind of the Italian.
Oh,
right?
nice. Yeah.
The Italian cold cut sandwich. And so I was
Can't
like,
go
I'll
wrong
take
with
that. Didn't really notice until I took a bite into it that they do it with turkey.
It's more
Which is decidedly not an Italian meat.
not
by
an
the way.
Italian meat at all.
So it had turkey, ham, salami, and provolone. It's very strange.
Very interesting.
Very strange. Not a fan. Not a fan of turkey. We'll remember next time to not have turkey on Da Vinci. The rest of the sandwich is really good.
Because that is heresy. Turkey on an Italian sub?
Isn't it?
That's heresy.
Yeah. Like, what? They break the rules at Ike's. That's their whole shtick.
Thing. I don't even know what mine was. I don't remember.
All right, what do we think, chat? That good? That get us where we want to be?
I think it does. I vote yay.
We got good grain. Texture still showing. We didn't hide it all by sinking. You got to be careful with the washes. Make sure they're thin. Layer them back up. I like the way the green and the brown kind of come together. Give us a neat... I can imagine that sitting against the wall of the trench in the restful hours.
The wood is silly good.
Molded.
Not just regular good.
And then our little panels, too. So. I'd rather poison an Italian cold cut with turkey, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Weird.
You feel the same way, but about chicken? You don't like chicken? I don't like chicken I like chicken like fried chicken.
Fried chicken's great.
Right? I'm not sure. I don't like shaved chicken like in a sandwich.
Shredded chicken? Yeah.
Or whatever, right? Yeah, I don't like shredded chicken either. Like when they put it in burritos.
No, I
not
can't
as big a
stand it.
fan.
Too dry.
I want the chicken to be like fajita chicken if I got it in Mexican food. But every now and then I get like a chicken enchilada,
I like
and it's always
rotisserie.
shredded.
Rotisserie chicken I like. I get a rotisserie chicken like once a month.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's because I'm lazy. and don't
Boston
wanna cook.
Market, I
They're
miss.
so... Oh, I wish it was around.
I miss Boston Market.
You go
Because you
get-
could get mac and cheese and those rolls
So
and a
good.
quarter chicken.
There used to be the one by my house. There was one right by my house, and then it turned into a Starbucks. Yeah.
They traded Boston
Market
for
a
Starbucks?
Which is annoying because there's a
Lame.
Starbucks 1 block south. So there's 2 Starbucks within a block of each other, and I was angry.
Synod says, then why does it make me unhappy to eat it? What, turkey? Oh, turkey is high in 5-HT, which your body needs for you to be happy, just saying. Yeah, it pisses me off, so it's working wrong.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
I must have all of the 5-HT I need, and there must be a level
Surplus.
over which saturation causes you to become angry.
It's
Because that's what
negative.
turkey does to me.
Yeah. I'm over 100, it goes back to 1. It's just you eating too much.
It's been a few years, but a group of my friends used to do a Friendsgiving on Black Friday where we'd use the leftover turkey to make turkey noodle soup and then have a soup eating competition while hanging out and playing board games and stuff. That sounds good.
So turkey noodle
By
soup?
by
I'm
by
not
soup
the only one
eating
that does that.
competition,
Yeah, what does that mean?
that just volume of soup intake
Or best soup, who brought the best soup?
or fast? Because it says soup eating competition, so it has to do with like how fast you imbibe the soup or how much
Is it
much
hot?
volume of soup you partake in.
Room temperature soup? Are you eating like piping hot soup as
All
fast
of that
as you
sounds
can?
horrible to me.
That doesn't sound fun. And then trying to play board games after?
Ugh. Phil was a victim of that Simpsons episode where every store in the mall was becoming a Starbucks. Yes.
Yes.
The Starbucks next door to Starbucks.
It's awful.
The Starbucks have to
Ooh.
start competing with each other.
Blackened chicken? I do like blackened chicken or no. With fettuccine Alfredo. I will eat that.
Playing quarters with soup. You gotta take soup shots.
Like quarters with soup?
You're playing the beer pong, but with soup in the cups.
I don't want to touch that like ping pong ball after.
Oh, it depends on how thick the soup is.
That's true.
Is
But
it
I feel like it just
stew
gets that like
consistency?
oily film afterwards, no matter what.
Blech.
Ugh.
Soup pong. Yeah,
Soup
exactly.
pong. Yeah,
Soup pong.
I'm not sure I love that.
That's hard to say. Soup pong.
We all agree that the best part of holidays is the leftovers.
We have a little bit of ribs left, and
I have so much mashed potatoes.
I think we might have some potatoes, and then we have the pumpkin cake
Oh,
with
that's
cream
good.
cheese icing.
That
It was
sounds
so
great.
good.
Cream cheese icing is the best icing.
It was so good. Even Jordan was like, "This may be the best dessert I've had in the recent past."
My brother-in-law made I like coconut cream pie, and he does too. So he made a coconut cream pie with a Nilla wafer crust.
Yeah, Nilla wafer. It
was
has
so-
to be Nilla wafer crust.
I've never had it before. He makes it every year, and he's never done the Nilla wafer. And that was the first time I've had one with Nilla wafer crust, and it was so.
Why are we
good.
talking about food? I have exactly a glass of water and a pack of Cheetos here.
Turkey with cranberry sauce is very good. Now, is it like good cranberry sauce, or do you like the canned jelly cranberry sauce? Because
Yes.
that's what I like.
I like
the
the canned. I like the can that when you put it out, looks like a can. It still has the ridges
the
in
rings
it. Like
in
a
it.
can.
You just cut it into slices.
Yeah, it's like mold.
It's
like a mold, like a Jello mold, but cranberry sauce. Yes,
it's so
sign
good.
me up. That's what I'm all about.
Has anybody else? Have you had, on topic of jams and meats, mint jelly with lamb before?
Oh yeah,
It's so good.
it's
Okay,
so good. That's an old person.
That's an old person thing.
That's an old
we
Southern
picked it up when
thing.
we lived in Australia because that's an Australian thing.
Okay,
They all
that's
do
an
it out
old.
there.
That's an old like South Texas thing.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's
Oh,
how
yeah.
that's how I grew up.
My family's in
grandma was
Arkansas,
Like, you do
so-
lamb chops and minced jelly.
Oh, it's so good.
Yeah.
Mint jelly's great.
Oh
Sorry.
my god.
Now I'm hungry.
I was always like, that sounds gross, and then you'd eat it and be like,
This is perfect. This is
so
exactly the right
good.
compliment. Yeah.
So good. Avian says, what? You lived down in Oz?
I didn't because I wasn't born yet, but my family lived there for 3 years. My sister was born there. My grandparents moved out there for work, and my dad and my mom were young enough when they only had one kid at the time. They're like, well, how many opportunities do we get to live in Australia? They moved to Australia. My mom and my dad went, and then 2 of my aunts went with because they weren't married. And one of them met her husband there, so she got married while they were there.
That's awesome.
And stayed. And then the rest of my family moved back after they were all done working, doing the Oz trip. And then so all my cousins are Australian, and my sister is I think she's let her dual residency overlap or expire, but she was a dual citizen for a while.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've been a few times, not for work, I've actually never been on vacation there, like an actual just me going for myself. I just happened to be there. Had to go to the embassy. Dark warm gray. What are you doing with that?
Lamb, because we talked about lamb.
Oh yeah, that's perfect. You can put some green on it. some mint jelly.
Some mint jelly. My lamb with mint jelly and a slit throat.
Yeah, I don't have an Aussie accent. If anything, I have kind of Texas sometimes, because that's all my mom's from Texas.
Is your mom a Texan?
My mom's a Texan.
How weird.
Very weird. She was born. I think she was born in Colorado. My grandparents moved around a lot. They didn't like being in one place for super long. So my mom, I think, was born in Colorado. They moved to Texas, so her formative years were all in Texas. So like middle school through high school was Texas. And then college age, they moved to Arkansas. And then they stayed in Arkansas. I was born in Missouri because the closest OBGYN...
That's right, you have a lot of family in Missouri.
Yeah, a lot of family in Missouri. Well, not much anymore.
Well, in that area.
Yeah, not much anymore. Yeah, we had family in Harrison, Arkansas, which is like 30 minutes south of Branson.
Phil and I did a road trip to Adepticon one year, or was it Gen Con?
It was Adepticon. The first time we drove together was Adepticon.
Adepticon, and he was telling me his family
we drove
story as we drove through Missouri.
Yeah, we drove through Springfield, which is my birth town. That was the closest hospital. My mom was like, I trust this hospital. Because we were in this Harrison, Arkansas. Is like, one, it's considered like the most racist town in America. It's crazy. And 2, like 1,200 people max.
So not exactly the place you're like, let's go to the doctor there.
First thing is an A is an oi. What? Phil, the first thing is an A is an oi. I don't know what that means. You lost me. I like that Alton Brown makes his own cranberry sauce, but then molds it in a can. What?
I would do the same thing.
That sounds great.
If I made my own cranberry sauce, I would have to have it molded in the form of a can before I would take it seriously.
Well, I know oi's an Aussie thing, but I don't think I'm reading the sentence.
Aussie, oi, oi.
Oh, Aussies cannot say A. They say oi. Okay. I'll work on that on my accent. I see. You're helping me with my accent.
Oi.
I'm there. I've returned. My cousin says that's true because my cousin doesn't say nasty. She says nasty.
Yeah, there you go.
We're going to the loo.
All right, what else do I got out here that I can use to mix?
I think all of the colors we make are out here somewhere.
They're all what?
I think all the colors we make are out here somewhere. You should have to find it.
Yes, that's
let
my.
Let me know if you need help finding stuff. I can go through Jordan stuff.
My problem. I'm gonna do olive flesh that we were just using on the wood. I'm gonna use it to mix into the dark warm gray.
Off white.
To get my off white.
Off white.
Off white.
Because not many lambs are pure white.
No,
You ever seen a
and I
lamb?
can't imagine this one being
In the
pure white.
trench?
Although they would, I feel like they would use like that virgin white lamb just because.
A spotless
for
lamb. Yeah,
sacrifice.
it has to be a spotless lamb. I think it's in Leviticus somewhere. One of the rule books. There's lots of them.
So it has to be spotless for what? For
sacrificing?
sacrificing?
For sacrificing, it has to be a spotless lamb, meaning it can't have blemishes or...
Leviticus is the one that talks about how you can eat food, right?
Yes.
No cloven hoof.
No scaleless fish. Nothing that feeds off the bottom of like the lake or whatever. I forgot how the phrasing goes. It's been a while since I read Leviticus. Yeah, it's basically just a big rule. It's
because they have that bread that's called Ezekiel bread
You
that says
stand
it
here?
follows the rules, but I think it's actually Leviticus that sets all that stuff forward, the grains you use
Yes.
and all that stuff, right?
Yeah. No clothes of two different like threads. I forgot what the phrasing is. Can't use polyester.
Woo, that's my butt.
That was me.
She's touching my butt.
Oh, that's very long.
I have really long arms. You
Shit.
can't see off screen.
Chad, she's touching my butt. I need an HR.
She is HR, Jason.
Oh, damn it.
You're in trouble.
How you doing, babe?
I'm going home now.
Going home?
Yep.
That's what I was
All
saying.
right, she's
Kyra.
leaving us, chat. We're not important.
Going home. You want to hang out? Oh, okay. I tried, guys.
Not because I don't love you guys.
No,
love
she just doesn't
me.
like Jason.
do.
She does love Jason. I can leave. Would that help you stay? If I left, would you stay?
No.
Oh, sorry. I tried again. Core is HR.
I'm already here too late.
It is. It is 4:45. 4:46. Ew. I need HR now.
I need HR now.
How long are you planning on staying?
All the hours.
All the hours.
I don't have to be at work until Monday. Chat's stuck with me.
Well, you're already at work.
Oh. Then she says I'm already at work, so that just threw a wrench in my whole statement.
So you have to stay here till Monday. That's what
Yes.
I heard.
That's what I heard.
Oh, gee. Not gonna be.
She's not. That's true.
72-hour stream, gang.
We're doing it. That does sound...
I told Jen this morning, I was like, I do it 24 hours. She goes, that sounds horrible.
sounds... Jason is holding us here beyond our will. I think you can leave whenever you want. I think you have that ability.
Who, chat?
Chat can leave whenever they want, or are you holding them hostage?
Oh, I've definitely told them they can't leave. They can't go
Okay,
anywhere.
you're
What
not
are
allowed to
talking
leave.
about?
Heard it here. Bye, Jen.
Bye, Megan.
Have a good
Bye, babe.
weekend.
You too. Do you have?
I don't right now, no. I'll keep you in touch.
Bye, Jen. I'll keep. Yeah, I'll stay with him. I'll keep him company.
All right.
We will.
Okay, great. I like this olive flesh into dark
Into
warm
dark
gray.
warm. Is it warm gray?
Dark warm gray,
Oh, okay.
which is probably just warm gray.
It's warm gray now.
But I'm going to go with the fact in my head I think I've created something new
It is new.
and original,
That's how mixing works.
when in reality what you did is you just created another color you already have on your bench. But, you know,
You already had the dark warm gray out,
yes,
so it's fine.
yes, exactly.
It's fine.
Exactly. I like the way you're thinking, Phil.
I try to think sometimes. It gets hard. I do it for too long. But in spurts, I think it works.
The room starts to smell like smoke.
It does. You taste copper. Like, what was that?
That I get all the time. Yeah. It's like, I got to stop thinking so hard. And
Because I'm sucking on a
Gums
penny
are
over
bleeding.
here. Yeah.
got to pray the rosary.
I should start wearing a rosary. I'm not Catholic, but I'll start wearing one. Lamb. Yeah, that cut neck is now very pronounced.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait until we put blood on the white.
I cannot wait. Well, it's on an iPad. He can go anywhere as long as he's got Wi-Fi. So you're here forever. Thinking, what is that? Yeah, exactly. What is thinking?
I
just
highly
act.
overrated.
You just act. Don't think, just act.
Highly overrated. I like a reactionary individual.
I see nothing going wrong with that philosophy. I found Jordan's sticky tag. Bad.
Uh-oh.
It's sticky and it's. I have to put this somewhere else. I'm gonna like make it not sticky because I'm gonna play with it too much. What do you got going on this weekend, Jason?
I'm painting a lamb.
You're gonna take all weekend on it?
No.
That better be a very good lamb.
I live in the here and the now, Phil. So
Here and the now. Please don't spend
all.
all weekend on the lamb.
I don't even know. I haven't really been doing anything other than like playing the division and playing with the dog and doing nothing. So
That sounds nice, though.
I've been taking a lot of time to just kind of rest my brain. I bought a new welder, and I need to start looking at building the fence that we're going to be doing, the fake
What kind of welder?
things. It's just a cheapo Harbor Freight MIG
Yeah,
that I got.
Yeah.
So that I could do this project. I don't need to do a whole lot with it.
I think I'm going to buy my dad a MIG welder for Christmas.
Oh, yeah.
Because he's got TIG, and he's been telling me he wants to get a MIG, so he just has everything. So
MIG is way more, well, depending if he's only doing sheet metal. MIG is, if he's doing just car sheet metal, then TIG is the best, but MIG is the way to do framework and
yeah,
stuff like
he's got like 20 projects at a time, so he'll find a way to use it. Right now he's restoring an old 1970s Yamaha motorcycle.
Nice.
That was my mom's when she was growing up. So we got it back from my Australian cousins. They gave it back to us, or my uncle and aunt. They had it at their house because it was my aunt's motorcycle growing up, really. They didn't want to store it anymore, so they gave it to my dad and my mom, and now my dad's full on restoring it. He took it all apart, got it media blasted, powder coated the frame. He's re-chroming the engine and like all the suspension. It looks really good so far.
good.
Are you hoping that Jason doesn't light himself on fire? I hope he doesn't. Jason, don't light yourself on fire.
Why would I light myself on fire?
I think they think
welding?
welding will light yourself on fire.
Oh, I mean, you know, it's
You
happened
win-
before.
You win some, you lose some.
It's happened before. I know how to stop, drop, and roll.
That's true. Jen will be standing next to him with a bucket.
Jen probably won't be anywhere near the welder, although I've told her it would be neat to watch her learn how to weld. So maybe
I think she'd be good at it. She's very
meticulous.
Yes, that's the word.
She doesn't do anything without following all the proper steps.
She would do it very well. She would be a very good welder in another life.
I think the problem with it is that she doesn't like being that kind of dirty.
Ah, yes. There's a little soot involved in welding.
Yeah, and it's noisy and violent.
It is
when
noisy.
it starts cackling at and cracking and making a weld bead.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but she'll watch. She'll learn a little bit. Go ahead and paint again, just like we do in everything. Go ahead and paint as if the blood isn't going to be there, and then let the blood cover, because you can imagine that any of your effects, blood, rust, everything, happen over the original color of a thing, not over the darker, unpainted version. So, always remember to do the diligent work. Put the color on the model.
Put the color on the model.
I'm just stippling this color in, so it's taking a little bit longer, so that I can get the feel of like lamb wool.
Is this now just olive flesh?
Yeah, this is just olive. Well, no, it has a little bit of the gray in it still too.
Okay.
But I'm stippling it so we get that texture.
Yeah. It was olive flesh, right? Not ivory.
Olive flesh. Yeah.
It was olive flesh. Okay, I'm remembering correctly. I don't want to mislead anybody.
This is olive flesh, just by itself. It's such a versatile color. If I can zoom in and show you. So you see how I'm stippling the bright color on? So that's going to give me the texture of wool, as opposed to.
It puts this color on the skin, or else it gets the hose again.
Yes.
But wool isn't skin. Wool is hair. Hair on top of skin. Technically speaking.
I can get this so you can see what I'm doing here. Keep it in frame. Being this zoomed in, I always go out of frame. But literally just tap the brush closer together in the areas where you want it brighter.
And then further and further.
And then further and further those dots go as you get to the areas where you're thinning it out and blending it into the darker shades.
Thinner's asked, I wasn't around for the armor. Did you use burnt sienna over noosh? With noosh over the dark silver? I think you did, yes. Burnt sienna.
Yeah, burnt sienna. Your blend when stippling comes from how all those dots spread out from the bright to dark points. You just want to make sure you carry your dots even into the darker portion, because, you know, fur hair has that texture where certain little pinpricks of fur would stick out
In the right way.
catch the light.
Yep.
Even here in the more shadowed areas. So, and you just kind of stipple closer together as you get up towards your bright areas, point all that up, and you wind up with a good texture that makes it feel like if you touched it, it would be puffy
Poofy.
wool. Ta-da.
It's a good word. I like the word poofy.
Puffy wool.
Poofy. Poofy.
There we go. Lamb. Nice, innocent white lamb
It was innocent.
to the slaughter.
The lamb to the slaughter.
With
That's
just two colors, too. So,
Yep.
super easy. Remember, usually when you watch me painting, like by the time I get done with a model, I may have used 50 colors. But on any single thing, I try to stay in that 2 or 3 color range and then use the other colors as filters, washes. You know, like on the wood, it was 3 colors, just the browns, and then just the filters were the rest, because the filters are super easy to apply, right? The black wash, the wash we made for the green, and then the brown transparent. So again, they're just single colors. I'm not mixing a whole lot, or as I do, I'm just pulling a little bit of olive flesh into the previous brown to get it to sit there nicely. So everything I do is fairly simple, but it can be very complex in the way it looks because of the nuances of brush texturing and layering of the colors that I do. So, Great Weirdling, yes.
Trench Crusade.
Trench Crusade. I am working on my Trench Pilgrims. We painted up a couple of the stigmatic nuns already. Not quite done with her. I got to do obviously the base and the weapons. I only put a base coat on and a wash, so I got to do the leather wraps on the hilts and things like that, and work on the gold a little bit more. But I'm trying to get all of them up to kind of this level, and then go back and figure out all the detailing. But going for that dirty, nasty feel.
They are in a trench. At some point.
They're in that world.
You're gonna
for
give her
sure.
tattoos? Sophis says
Nah.
it? No, no
Nah.
tattoos.
Nope.
Nope.
In the pictures and stuff, they have crosses carved into them,
Oh,
like into their flesh,
yeah.
which is hard to do at this scale and make it look right.
Gotta
On
get the
this
depth.
guy, you could do it, right? And he has some scarification on him already, but I could do some scarring on him and paint it in and give it a dimension so it looked right. But he's the guy with the cross nailed into his eye sockets.
Ah, yeah, there it is. That's not a helmet. It's just on his head.
Yeah. So, yes, they're just hammered into him. So there'll be some blood and pinkishness around the arms where everything's just kind of nailed into him. We'll work on that guy on Monday as my plan when we have the Trench Crusade gang here. Because if you are new around here, we will have the Trench Crusade team, some of the developers, and the company guys. There's only 4 of them in the company. And we'll have some of those guys on stream with us on Monday talking about the game, giving us some, answering some questions, I'm sure. So we can ask them some lore stuff and questions about where the game's headed and what vision they have for it. I think it'll be a lot of fun. Should be nice.
That'd be very fun. Are they local?
No,
No.
they're all over the world. Actually.
That's great.
4 people in 4 different countries:
That's
France,
awesome.
the UK, EU, and California.
Yeah, they are everywhere.
Yeah. So.
That's so cool.
All right, I need to paint, or I want to paint all of the wraps next, I think. But I need to paint this guy's flesh first. So skin it is, gang.
Skin time.
And of course, like any Caucasian flesh, we start with,
Royal purple.
yes.
I think I start all my skin because of you. I think I start all my skin with purple now.
James says, I got to quit coming to these streams. I'm going to buy a 3D printer and start a Trench Crusade army. You can buy them printed.
You can.
They're working with a third party that's printing them all out for them. So make it even easier on you.
Question about the lamb. Did you paint it with blue or gray first? Gray.
That's just dark warm gray and olive flesh, 2 colors. Dark warm gray as a base layer, then dark warm gray mixed with olive flesh to give that medium gray, and then more olive flesh in it to get the brighter color. And I could do another layer of olive flesh if I determine I want to. I kind of like the dirty white that it is right now.
Yeah.
But I could go brighter with it. The olive flesh on its own starts being a little bit too brown, but we can try it.
I love royal purple.
It's such a great color.
Such a good color. I almost did a whole Mech Warrior mercenary band in royal purple.
Oh, purple would be great for mechs.
Purple would be great.
It's a color I never think of in that world.
No, but I thought about it. I'm still thinking about it. Let me rephrase. But I'm leaning right now. I'm doing some in khaki. I like desert sand.
Yep, also good.
Khaki. That's where I'm leaning. Maybe some camel green here and there. We'll see. I'm just playing right now.
Royal purple I will use as a shade layer for flesh because it gives us the warmth of blood under the skin, but also the cool tone of the blue that lets us play around with, cooler shadows. Right, so you won't see much of it when I'm done, but it gives you just a great underpinning for all colors of flesh, whether you're doing dark or light flesh. If I'm doing darker flesh, like African-style skin tones, I'll use dark purple instead of royal purple. Because the royal purple won't survive through the layer of like black-brown of skin tone because it's too bright. So start with a darker purple, then you can use dark fleshes over it, and it still acts as a shade layer for that. But for as you lighten the skin up, then being able to play with brighter tones of purple like royal purple, even plum, dark plum, things like that work really great.
Vector, you're off to bed. Have a good night. Rest well.
See you, Vector. Thanks for hanging with us.
Of course, it took me a while. You said it earlier. You did NN, and I was like, "What is that?" You're saying night night, aren't you?
Probably.
Are we using number 14 after purple? When is the estimate release date on the new colors?
Adepticon.
Adepticon. It's coming up quick.
It is.
Ugh.
Yeah, it's crazy.
LVO's close.
We have 4 months, basically, from this weekend. 4 months for Adepticon. Isn't that stupid?
Oh my goodness, I'm not ready.
When you say it like that, it's like...
That's terrifying.
I quit.
4 months?
4 months.
We just did it, though.
We have 24 new colors hitting at Adepticon, guys and gals.
It's going to be nuts.
24 colors we got to get done in 3 months. And for a manufacturer, that's insane numbers.
Yes.
I'm like, I don't know if that's possible.
But we're going to do it. We're going to make it possible.
You heard it from Phil. So if it doesn't happen, Phil's
Blame
fault.
me.
Phil's fault.
I'm okay with it. I will take that burden and bear it. I'm going to start bugging Kyle and you every day now.
Not me.
Nope.
Bug Kyle.
Okay.
I've done my part. Well,
You've done.
I technically haven't.
Well,
I've
then
done
I'll start
part of my
bugging you.
part.
I got to bug you then.
I've done part of my part.
You've done part of the part. We've
Not
done
all of
some
my
of the
part.
Some of the part.
Not all of the colors are approved yet, so that's my part.
Well, then I'm bugging you too.
Damn it.
I will get this done.
Damn it.
On my honor. Not that I have much, but on it.
Damn it.
Is the 24 a set? Mose wants to know.
No, it's 2 sets.
2 sets.
2 sets. One, I will say, one family of colors in 2 sets. Does that make sense? No, it doesn't. But
I think it does.
yeah. For us, it does. For you, it doesn't.
You'll get it.
I think you guys will be completely blown away and surprised and happy and really like it all. We've shown off the colors.
We have. You have.
I'm going to be a little more reserved with showing them off until they're all approved because people start to get really attached to colors that they see and they aren't all approved yet. So
gotta be careful.
I don't want you to get like, oh, I was so waiting for that, and then it doesn't happen. It's a different color, but we're very close on all of them. So excited, much excite.
James recently painted Sons of Behemoth Spearhead, and I used purple as a base for all 3 different skin colors. Went for 3 different giant skin colors: green, red, and blue.
So versatile.
Very great. 12 new oranges.
Yes.
Yep, you nailed it. First try. Good job.
50 new shades of gray.
50? I thought we were doing 24.
Oh, I mean...
I only committed to 24. 50's on Jason.
Uh-oh. So now he's backing off.
No, I have to get 24. I said on my honor, 24. I don't know if we can do 50.
He's backing down, chat. We scared him away.
Wonder what Wizard's Butt color comes after that production of the new 24. Wizard's Butt is a mystery. It can be any color.
There's a lot of wizards with a lot of colors of butt.
A lot of different butt colors out there. Before after ever. Can't wait for the new colors. Been looking for more reasons to send money your way.
We
Love
got
it.
you.
Oh yeah.
We got in January. We got 16 colors of heavy-bodied acrylics coming out.
What do we call them? Artist expert, right?
Expert artist
Expert.
acrylics.
There it is.
Pro Acryl Expert Artist Acrylics.
A lot of butt. It is a lot of butt.
Yeah, the heavy-bodied acrylics come out hopefully in January, February.
That's only 2 months away.
Yeah, I know, that's even
Not
scarier.
even. It's like a month and a half. It is the second to last day of November right now.
That's even scarier.
It's almost December. What? Jason, where'd the year go? What happened to it? What'd you do with it?
Yes.
Where'd you put it?
No comment.
Sophus, please explain the use for heavy body acrylics again.
They are the best amount of pigment that you're going to get in a single color, period. You are, by making a liquid paint, no matter what you're diluting it. We put a tremendous amount of pigment in our paint, as you well know, and you get a bunch of vibrancy, and it works great. It's what you need for painting three-dimensional surfaces. If you want to paint in a way where you are diluting your paint even further, like glazes and lots of filters and things, you notice that we make our glaze wash medium and it's thicker so that it doesn't dilute the viscosity of the paint. But you will start losing vibrancy as you paint that way. So what the acrylics in paste form do is they allow you to maintain your vibrancy. You don't lose it because they can have so much more pigment to start with than any pre-diluted paint in liquid form. Does that make sense? So it allows you to utilize the strengths of single pigment paints, which is that they're less opaque. So they're built for layering and glazes. And you can start to use those over the top of a base coat of, say, your normal Pro Acryl. So I might lay down this base of royal purple and then start glazing skin tones up over it with the heavy-bodied acrylics, because they work so much better as translucent layering paints. So it's a whole range of paints that work akin to our transparent line, but come with even more pigment in them straight out of the gates than those do.
More pigment.
Gives you a lot more control. Play around with them. I think you'll love them.
I
Showed
know
them
you-
off on stream. I painted a model with them. Jordan's been messing around with them here in the studio lately and has fallen in love with them. They're good stuff. They also, one of the big issues, if you do like painting, if you're already in the world of using paste acrylics, one of the big problems is that none of them are matte finish. So you're dealing with a lot of gloss that are in them, because for canvas painters, nobody cares.
Yeah.
For our world, you do care, or most people do. And so we wanted to make a set of paints that carried a better amount of matte finish for painting models. So they also do that.
There we go. Will we get a heavy-bodied wizard's butt?
No.
No.
I mean, no. Probably not.
Don't hold your breath.
That's kind of not the shtick of the heavy-bodied paints.
Expert, I need a novice line.
We have that. It's called Pro Acryl.
It's called Pro. I was just about to say. We already do that.
Our current paints are great for beginners and pros alike.
They're great.
We made Pro Acryl because we believe that, when you look at all the paints out in the world and they show them on these fantastic models done by these amazing painters, and it blows your mind. It's like a great painter can make any paint look great.
Yep.
A great paint makes every painter look great. And so we choose to make great paint. And it really is. Pro Acryl, even though it has the word pro in it, is just because you feel like a pro when you're painting with it, no matter what level you're painting at. You can paint at the highest rarefied air level with our paints and turn out great award-winning models. You can be a new beginner coming into the hobby, and when you touch our paints, you'll feel like you know more than you really do. And that's the goal.
If I can paint good with them, anybody can. Guaranteed.
You need mediocral.
Mediocral. Oh no.
I need mediocral.
Mediocral. Mediocral? Mediocral?
Yes.
My painting has gotten sexier since I started using Procryl.
Yep. There you go. You feel it. You know.
Everybody knows. What are you painting with now?
Number 14.
Number 14. Oh, that's right. We answered that earlier. Secret color.
This is one of the 24 that will be coming out at Adepticon.
Yes.
I get to work my color testing into the stream from time to time and piss people off with it.
Make everybody angry. When can we have it? Well, we do know. Adepticon. That's when you can have it.
Adepticon. I'm actually able to give you a date
We can.
on these. But again, it may slightly change from where it's at.
Not the date, though.
No, according to Phil,
On
we're gonna
my
hit that
honor.
date. On Phil's honor, we are at Adepticon. I mean, we kind of have to be.
We do.
We've got a
We have a-
bigger
We got a deadline.
thing in place for that.
Here's gonna be crazy. We got LVOs in a month.
That's stupid.
Less than a month. 3 weeks.
Yeah, that's stupid.
4. No, it's 4. I'm bad at math. Well, yeah, it's like a month and a half. It's November right now, not December.
Yeah, we still have all of December.
We have all of
so
December. I forgot. We got a
you're
month and a
speeding
half.
things up too much.
We were talking about December earlier. My brain went to it's December right now. We got a month and a half. We're good. Less stressed.
Chose the purple on these guys and the royal purple in particular because it gives kind of a, depending on how I use it, it can give it kind of a bruised, sickly look. Green does better at that. We talked about that the other day.
Yes.
But the purple can do the same thing. It can give it kind of an unhealthy look to it if I leave, enough of it showing through. Now, on the Nun, I didn't leave a ton showing through. And we went in with a lot more magenta on her to bring more life into the model late on anyway. So, but it gives me the ability to kind of pick my my story as I'm going, rather than just starting with a dark flesh tone, which doesn't give me anything.
I might go out on a limb and say this guy's probably closer to death than.
This guy's not liking his life right now.
He's not having a great time. Maybe he is. Maybe he's a masochist.
He was
We don't know.
sacrificed like the lamb.
He was.
I haven't, in the stories, it's well, not the story, in the game rules, because this guy also has the wheel without the sacrificial prisoner on the front. At the beginning of the game, you can choose to sacrifice. Now, I don't know if in game rule mechanics that I have to actually take a model off the table to do this. I think so. So I think I have to have a
model to
prisoner in my
sacrifice.
army list that I paid for, and then before the game starts, I sacrifice one of them to put on the wheel. And I think you can also sacrifice one of your nuns.
Oh,
This is not a nun.
that's not enough.
This is just a dude. So, yeah, so that's how my faction rolls. Hey, you want to get rid of some of your people to strap them to the wheel so you get some extra benefits?
That's how they roll because it's on a wheel. I get it.
Dun, da, da.
Dun, dun, dun. Philip, how do you have so much hair? I'm so jealous. Don't be. Don't be jealous. A blessing and a curse. I don't ever want to deal with it. I'll go months without shaving, get a big beard, and then I have to deal with it because it just gets out of control. Are we putting out an Adepticon trainer?
No,
Don't think so.
no, nothing special. By that point in time, we may have the new series of trainers done, though.
Yeah.
So, we'll see.
Keep up with us on Discord. We're usually pretty good about posting that kind of stuff as it happens.
With the 24 colors coming out, everything else for Adepticon would get kind of overshadowed. So that's a
True.
tough one for us, too. 24 colors, if you've dealt with us for long, you'll know that if we release 24 colors at a show, it's going to be insane.
We did 18 last year, and
Yeah.
that was crazy.
Yeah, that's which was our biggest release
yeah.
to date since the release of the paints back
Themselves.
in 2018.
Yeah.
This will be much bigger than that.
Yeah.
So
It's got to be good. Y'all aren't ready. $24 is a huge amount of colors. Yes, it is. The 24 colors and the heavy bodies, right? Yes. Correct. They are two separate things.
the heavy body should come out with enough time in front of those, and the heavy bodied are kind of targeted in a different way, obviously.
Yes.
These are what we'll call more standardized paints. They have a little less of a matte finish than our normal paints. You can see there's a little more of a sheen to them, but not too much.
Yep.
They're not going to be called out as satin like our satin paints are, but they are less matte than the standard Pro Acryl. There's a reason for that we will hear about later.
Later. Archivist wants to know, what is the pot container for the heavy bodied? It's going to be in tubes.
It's a tubes.
It's tubes.
They're tube acrylics. So they come in 1 ounce tubes. 30 mil.
30 mil.
Target price is $6.
That's pretty good.
It's really good.
That's
actually.
pretty good.
Yeah, it's really good.
That's real good.
Considering that they will blow, if you've ever used any other professional artist acrylics like Winsor Newton's high-end stuff or anybody else's, we will blow them away.
Out of the water. He was just about to ask how big an ounce is. It is 30 milliliters.
How many OZs is the tube? 30 mil, 1 ounce.
When are we getting PA contrast paints?
I've thought about it. I would need to find some way to make a better contrast paint. I have some ideas. We haven't had any time to really look at it.
Nope.
At first I poo-pooed the idea because I was like, if you're painting like that, you already have the products that come from our competitors. I don't want to just make a Me Too line like Army Painter did.
Yeah.
I just want to make a better product. But over the last 18 months, I've had some ideas that I've tossed around, and I just need to get some time to knuckle down and really kind of look into it and see, so many people have got them. So, all of our competitors, I think, make them.
Yep.
All of our major competitors. And so I just don't want to be somebody that's just, we're late to market with it, and we hope you enjoy and buy these instead of theirs. And that's just not a good business deal for us. And it has to be like everything else. It has to be something I would use.
Yep.
And I don't paint that way very often, but you can see that I do use filters quite a bit. And if I could make a paint that got a good head start to the filtering stage of painting, then, I would look at it totally differently. So, not off the table. That's a long, convoluted way of saying I don't know.
Maybe. We're not sure. Are they going to come in a bundle?
What's that?
The artist acrylics.
Yeah, we'll probably have a deal. They won't be in like a package. You'll just get loose tubes. I'm not going to make a custom box for 16 1 ounce tubes right now, I don't think. We're going to see how the public, reacts to them. Yeah. And then we'll kind of design around that. We have more colors we want to do, but I didn't want to get too crazy until I decided, or saw how the community backs them. If people start falling in love with them, then yeah, we'll do more. I have 8 more colors ready to go. So we can very quickly expand that lineup, but it's not a competitive line to the Liquid Pro Acryl. It's a companion line. And so we're going to spend a lot of time kind of teaching people what the use is for them. We'll be doing a lot of videos. You'll see a lot of it on stream. We can talk more about it to people and have them understand where it fits in the process of painting miniatures. Such a great flesh tone.
It is. I like it.
Especially over the royal purple. They should be sold together.
They should be. Yeah. You can't have one without the other.
When I made
Not
this,
allowed.
When I was making it, I'm like, yeah, this needs to go to the purple.
Pro Acryl slap chop paint, because I know how much Jason loves that term. Don't get him started, please. I'm here with him.
It's just a terminology thing. It's not
It
the
is.
paint.
It's not the paint
It's
itself.
not the painting
It's the
method. It's the terminology. It's
A
just,
thing
I
that
know-
has existed forever.
It's a technique that's been around since the dawn of time, and yet people need to throw names at it. That's the part that gets me. I'm like, stop it, world. We don't need to change the name of everything every 2 years just so you can make YouTube content. I'm just an old man yelling at clouds half the time, so.
Cloud.
The technique itself is great, though. You know, it's just underpainting. You see me do it all the time.
Yeah.
It's just a kind of a lazy man's way to underpaint, and it works. It's great for getting armies on the table,
It is great for getting armies on the table.
and I applaud it. Same with speed painting. You know, it has a time and a place. And can it teach you bad things? Sure, it can create bad habits with the way you think of painting, because no other paint works that way, like speed paints do. But that's not necessarily a bad thing if you go into it understanding that, you know, hey, when I want to learn to do something else, I'm just going to have to change the tactic. That's fine.
Yep.
I don't think we're Pavlov's dogs. You start painting with speed paints and you're never going to learn how to paint another way. I've had tons of people through this channel that have been like, yeah, all I used to know was contrast paints, and now I've started layering and I'm loving it.
It's so fun.
Yeah.
When the layer goes on right. Oh. Best feeling.
I'm painting Heine.
Heine.
All nice and shiny. If you don't hide it.
I speed painted once. I'm blind and crippled now.
Right? Right? There was like a post the other day that was, you know, talking about the inadequacies of speed painting and all of that. And it went hard in the paint. There was a lot of things I agreed with, right?
It went hard in the paint. That's funny. Sorry. Keep going.
Oh, sorry. I keep
Nope.
making really bad.
He's really good at puns.
Really bad
accidentally.
puns. But the you know, it went hard on making it seem like they were horrible painting methods, and I didn't agree with that. But you know, I read the thing that the guy posted and all that. And unfortunately, he fell victim to the internet very quickly, because all of the people who, you know, make their living off of painting like that immediately started making videos about how horrible that person was, without, you know, in a passive aggressive style. And I was like, well, that's not right.
That's not how you want to
know,
respond either.
You're just adding to the problem.
Yeah.
But oh, internet, go home. You're drunk.
Internet loves its drama. Not one thing, it's another.
That's such a Harry Careyism.
Harry Carey. I haven't heard that in a while.
No matter where you go, they are.
No matter where you are. That's funny.
Yeah,
No matter where you go, there you are. There you are.
that's the same as if it isn't one thing, it's another.
It ain't one thing, it's another.
You can't get there from here.
You can't. Zolaris, is that poor bastard still alive on that thing?
I'm gonna go with close.
At the start, he is.
I want it to be that they say at the beginning of the battle you sacrifice one of your unit, and it has to be like an ecclesiastic prisoner, which is, you know, not like a hero anyway, to
Just a
sacrifice on the wheel, and then the wheel gets to, I don't know what it does, takes off a blood token or rerolls
It does
to
roll.
hits or something like that. I don't know, but it gives you some benefit. And I want to believe that the guy or girl that's strapped to the wheel is not dead until the weapon is used.
Yeah, once you block with it once.
Because I'm gonna say, as soon as this is his main weapon, it's not even a shield.
Oh, it's just a weapon.
The wheel is the main weapon. The mace is the offhand.
Oh,
The mace
I
is
like
his
that.
offhand. This is the main hand weapon.
he's left-handed like you.
Yeah, he just clobbers people with the wheel, and so it doesn't take a lot of hits before I don't think the guy is anything but mush.
Yeah.
So there's that.
He's in the space between mostly dead and all dead. Yeah.
Not a good way to go. I can definitely tell you that much.
Not
right off the
ideal.
bat.
Yeah. I wouldn't pick it by choice.
No, I feel like this is a voluntold type of position.
I feel like, yeah.
I don't think you're in a position as an ecclesiastic prisoner
Prisoner,
to make a choice.
to make demands or choices. Love the reverse jetpack. I think it's exhaust.
Oh yeah, that's like a boiler.
Boy, it is World War One. They use water pressure for everything.
It's steam, or maybe it's a diesel engine, probably diesel punk.
Yeah. Diesel punk, not steampunk. Diesel punk. Or no, yes, it is indeed one way to go. It's just not the way you'd want to.
Yeah, well, that's one way to go.
It is one way to go. I hear it's there.
Yeah, not a thing that I dream of having happen at any time in my life. You know what I'm really aspiring to?
I'd really love.
But then, of course, I'm not in the world of Trench Crusade.
Thank goodness.
It seems like such a hellish landscape period across the entire globe that maybe I would change my mind. And I'd be like, you know what? Strap me to the damn wheel.
You're right.
Strap me to the damn wheel. We're going out in a blaze of glory.
If hell is,
I think I'd rather be the guy driving the shrine, though.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, he has like spikes and hooks in his flesh.
But at least helps him control.
But he's got some control and gets to fight it out. This
Yeah.
poor bloke's like just strapped on for the ride.
Along for the ride.
Guy's just like, yeah, I don't know if they're atoning. At first I thought they were maybe atoning for their sins, but I don't think so. As ecclesiastic prisoners, I think they're literally just,
The word prisoner gives it away.
I mean, they tie bombs to them and run them out there to blow up. So I don't know that they have a whole lot of choice. I don't think they're trying to atone for anything.
That's where shiners come from. Explains a lot. It's just a flesh wound until you're dead. He's just tied to it too. Like not even.
It's not the fall that kills you. It's the abrupt stop.
It's the abrupt stop.
Yeah, it's not being strapped to the wheel that kills you.
Being slammed against an enemy.
It's being slammed against the enemy that kills you, right? Being squished against whoever else is there. I would just love to be screaming like, "Rah!" as you bonk heads against this thing.
Bonk heads.
No, there's just no good end for this guy. You can't paint it. You can't paint this picture. There's another pun for you. You can't paint this picture in a positive light.
Yeah, can't do it.
It can't be done.
We're just layering 14 now.
I'm just layering 14 because it's kind of it's in between a glaze, right? It's just, like you said, it's just layering. It's that I can let a little bit of the purple show through. Then as I go back over it the next time and layer it up, obviously number 14, the flesh tone will become more opaque as it's layered over itself, which will let less of the purple show through. And then you just repeat as necessary until only the areas you really want to see that purple are there, and you get the color built up like you want. This is a dark color, so it is not going to build up and become that bright. It's simply going to hide the purple underneath it.
Yeah.
And so I'm already at the color that I'll have, but like I don't want this purple on the ankle, the front of the ankle here, so I'll layer that up again to get rid of it. Neither do I want it on the top of the foot. But I do want a little bit between the toes, so I won't do that again. And then I want the purple to be here in the shadow of the ankle and the heel, so I won't layer it up so much that it becomes full-on opaque there. I can get a little bit of the purple on the heel, which gives it a cool dimension. There's a little bit of the calf back there that I missed. So I want to get a little bit back there.
Well, we got an update. Real DiCaprio, listening to the lore, the wheel people are volunteers that fight for the opportunity. Because a secured ticket to heaven to be part of it.
Okay. See, there is a lot of that in here, too. That there's a lot of, hey, do you want a guaranteed place in heaven? Then do this horrible act.
Strapped to the wheel.
Martyrs.
People fight for it. I can imagine there's like a fight club for who they put themselves through a lot just to get the opportunity to get strapped to the wheel and hit against bad guys.
Well, there's a whole martyrdom thing in the game.
Yeah.
For my trench pilgrims, when a trench pilgrim dies, right, they can get martyred. And then you just pay like 10 extra points when you put them back in your army the next time, and now they're martyrs. And the amount of martyrs you have on the field like raises the benefits to your whole army. So
great.
You can't start with them, I don't think.
You
have
so
to
you
have
do, like,
guys
campaigns.
die so that you buy martyrs. You can't start with martyrs.
That's a cool mechanic.
The ecclesiastic prisoners are the ones that you remove, and maybe they've volunteered themselves to go direct to heaven by being strapped to the wheel. Again, not a world I want to live in, but
I'm saying though, if that's the case though, if I knew with 100% certainty that I'm going to heaven if I get strapped to that wheel, I might do it.
put me on the wheel.
Put me on the wheel.
Given that we live in a world where the Crusades have been happening since 1099 into the 1900s, and we've actually have demons roaming the earth looking to suck our souls out. Maybe it's time to go. But I don't know. When you get to heaven, do you get turned into like some being that has to come back and fight again?
Come back in.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Or do you just get,
At least-
to
at
hang
least
out
if-
in heaven?
At least if you come back to fight, you're like, hey, I'm an active participant this time, so
You
it's
get to-
still better.
I just want a place where I can suck on Arnold Palmer's all day long and, like,
sounds good.
talk to your friends and play video games. I don't know that I want to strap myself to a wheel just so I can go become, some sort of badass paladin and come back and fight again. I don't know if I'm in that mindset if I'm living in this world. Maybe?
Maybe. It's good God, is this model supposed to be one of the good guy factions?
Yes.
Yeah, it is. They're fighting for heaven.
Yes, this model is fighting for heaven.
Yep.
Has a slaughtered lamb on the front. A ecclesiastic prisoner tied to the broken on the wheel, right? And a person that's trying to be martyred on the inside. A future saint on the inside.
The future saint.
And these are the trench pilgrims. These are the ones that aren't sanctioned by the church because they're too batshit crazy. But they go fight for God anyway. And they're just humans. They have no special abilities. They're just like, point me at the demons. But if you're on their bad side, then they strap a bomb to you and point you in a direction and say your freedom lies that way, and you run in that direction, which is towards the enemy lines. And should you make it close enough, they detonate the bomb.
Yeah, if you don't die first.
You detonate the bomb. So there you go. Welcome to Trench Crusade.
Welcome.
Happy to have you.
Mark Strong wants to know, love your paints. What paints from y'all's range would you recommend for Grim Dark Flesh?
I'm doing it.
He's doing it right now. Number 14, which you can't
Advanced
use it yet.
Flesh Tone is
Advanced.
very close to this. It's a different shade, but
here, I have it right here.
yeah, it's a little
see
more
it.
bronzy,
It's really far
yellowy,
away.
but that works. Shadow Flesh is also very, very good.
I like Shadow Flesh.
So, but underpainting with a green or a purple, I would suggest a dark camo green underpaint or a dark yellow green underpaint, and then the flesh tone over the top of that, because it's going to give it that kind of sickly, otherworldly feel. Not that you're painting aliens, maybe you're painting Imperial Guard, that's fine, but it's going to make it look, grim dark to have a more green undertone. I've gone with purple here because the green undertone on my models is coming from things like I've got a little bit of the green in the wood on the wheel, and I'm using green as the base, the dark camo green as the base for all my white cloth, right? So I've got that green nuance already going on, and I don't want it in the flesh as well. So I went with green for the cloth and the other things, and then the purple underneath the skin here is the same on her. I'm painting her the exact same way I'm painting him. So,
Do the martyrs get dental?
yes, sure.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm gonna say yes.
Before or after they get to heaven?
I'm gonna go with yes, but I don't think that's the case really. So. It's pretty good. I probably missed some areas on his arm here that I can't really see, but whatever.
You can't see it, you need to paint it, right?
That's the thing, right? If I'm having to look so hard for it, you can't see it either. That's the problem. You will see it, and I just am blind.
Once you do. Once you see it, you're going to be angry about it.
We'll get some paint back there anyway.
Perfect, thank you. And I'm painting these pilgrims. Nice. Someone else painting the pilgrims. You got a buddy.
Yeah, there's a lot. All these factions are great.
They're all great. I literally would
I'm
do
a
any
big
of them.
fan of the Cult of the Seven-Headed Serpent. I think they've got some amazing things going on there. Very
seen those
demonic, very crazy. So I'll probably find myself painting some of those models. I don't know that I'll do a full warband of them. Just depends on how much I actually am spending time playing the game. But there's a bunch of models that you'll find me painting as we go through this process, for sure.
Yeah, I want to paint
Every
some.
faction has got really cool look and feel and awesome amounts of stuff that you can come up with. And I can just, I see the color schemes when I look at the models. I'm like, ooh, I know what I do for that. And anytime there's something that has that kind of initial thought, then you're like, yep, I'm stuck. I'm stuck in. This is good.
Did Brennan print these for you?
Yeah,
Nice.
we printed them
Good.
all in-house.
Yeah.
We had very few problems. Some of them had a little bit of problem on things like the ringers for the bells sometimes didn't print as well. So we had to, I think we printed 3 versions of this guy before we had to add some supports, but overall they were very good.
Print in pieces or print his whole single models.
I mean, like, this guy's one piece.
He just won. I was just curious. Yeah, that's cool. That's
yeah,
great.
most of them are one piece. Some of them come in various pieces.
What is that big thing?
You know,
over there?
she was one piece. You can't beat the fact that 3D printing allows you to do some crazy crap that way. All of the normal dudes come as multi-piece. They have torso,
they have options.
torso, head, and then arm options.
Yeah, that's why.
The head so you can look where you want it to go, and then the arms either come in ranged weapons like this machine gun or melee.
Gun.
You know, so you've got like a melee weapon and a pistol, or, you know, bare fist and melee weapon, things like that. So there's variety, and you can build your units out, but there's only 5 torsos there, so that's really neat.
Yeah,
but then other ones are like, this guy was 2 pieces, his hand and flail was 1 piece, and then the rest of the body was... Oh, no, I think the shield hand was also its own. So
that makes sense,
he was
though.
3 pieces.
Yeah. 3's not bad. I was just curious.
Yeah, and then, I mean, even this guy was shield hand, 2 arms, 2 hands...
Torso and head.
The legs. This leg. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
That's not too bad for
pieces
for something that big.
For something this big, come on.
Yeah, that's not bad.
That's
at all.
crazy.
That's
I
great.
mean, you know, when we back him out, he's dreadnought size.
He's gigantic. Yeah,
right? He's up against like
a Contemptor. Yeah, he's bigger than a Contemptor. Yeah,
it's bitching.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of, do you guys mess around with streaking grime with this kind of vibe?
Do we?
Yes.
We have our own product called Noosh, and that's what you see here that I've done all the rust with.
Yep.
Right? So all the rust is done with our product called Noosh. It's a subtractive weathering medium, so it allows you to do the same thing you can do with an oil wash, but with any of your acrylics. It's what I've used here to do all the streaking. We have a video on our YouTube channel, Monument Hobbies, that shows this model getting the streaking and all the coloring done with Noosh on it too. And so it's a great weathering mechanic, and it allows you to use all the colors you already have. You don't have to buy anything new, just the medium. And then you have every color that you have in your collection becomes a weathering color.
It's great. I use it a lot. I'm probably gonna use it on my BattleTech stuff.
It's fantastic.
I like these cute rusty boys.
Cute little rusty boys.
Cute little rusty guys.
Yeah, I think that this faction appealed to me because all the dudes are barefoot. I literally was like, okay, you stick me in a world with demons and muddy trenches and cannons and artillery and, you know, rifles and World War I, and you give me the crazy religious dudes that are barefoot, I'm in.
Can't have wet socks if you don't wear socks.
You can't get trench foot if you're not where you don't have the mildew can't set in.
Yep.
You're just barefoot.
Yeah,
and I was like, okay, these guys are my kind of insane.
You just gotta kick your feet up and dry them off.
That's just plain old insane, and I'm down.
That sounds practical.
I'm just down. Some of them, like the stigmatic nuns, they are, well, not quite fully armored.
She's only got feet.
One of them is.
She's only got shoes.
One of them is, and then this one was woken up out of bed and couldn't get her full armor kit on. But you know, the stigmatic nuns themselves, some of them are fully armored. This faction of the Trench Pilgrims gives the concept that it's not well funded.
Yes.
They're literally running on faith and whatever they
can
pick
grab.
up on the battlefield,
Yeah.
kind of, right? Like scavengers, because they're not sanctioned by the church. They're not backed by a big conglomerate, you know, that doesn't exist in this world.
They don't have corpsmen.
They just believe in God and want to kill the bad guys. And so they just point them in the direction. They're literally lunatic fanatics. And so it's crazy. But like the stigmatic nuns, they show the stigmata, and then that's where the blood comes from. She's bleeding out of her eyes down onto her chest.
Seen it, yeah.
Right? So it has all the right amount of insanity for me to really be that. You know, I'm a big Black Templars fan. I'm a big ecclesiarchy guy in the world of, you know, the Warhammer 40K world.
Yeah.
You know, the crazy fanaticism around the church is just... I'm drawn to that vibe, even though I'm not a crazy fanaticist myself.
I hope
not. But whenever I see it in games, I'm like, that's my faction.
Especially when
I don't care if they're good.
well.
I don't give a damn about them being good. I just want dudes that their whole goal is to run forward, and if they make it to the enemy lines, wreck face.
Yep.
If they die on the way there, they still go to heaven. They still did their job, right?
And that's what they're doing it for.
Kyre, I'm not a Black Templar fan from the aspect of anything having to do with what they do in 40K, but if you pointed me at, like, okay, here they are and here's their lore, I'd be like, Templars.
Yep.
I'd be like, Templars, because they have all their weapons are chained to them. They don't give a damn about you or anything else. Just point me at the enemy. I'm like, done.
Do you like Sororitas?
Done. What's that?
Do you like Adeptus Sororitas?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
that was one of my first full armies that I ever painted. I had
really?
Imperial Fists and Sororitas back when they were all metal, and they only had like 2 units.
Yeah, not a lot.
I think they had the Seraphim and the heavy weapons girls and normal sisters.
Yeah.
And the rest of them were like priestesses and preachers from 40K, because they were just the witch hunters.
Yeah, it was the witch hunters.
They were the witch hunters part.
Me.
They were in the Ordos Malleus, or Ordos Hereticus. Ordos Hereticus,
Probably Hereticus.
Right? And that was back when Grey Knights didn't have much other than 2 unit types, and Sisters had like 2 or 3 unit types. They all had very limited models because they were all part of the Imperial Inquisition.
Yeah.
They all had an Inquisitor that came with them, and they ran particular rules.
Yeah.
But it was great, yeah. Does that mean I like goths for orcs? I just like orcs because all of orcs are exactly what we're talking about. I'm just an orc fan. You don't have to. I don't need to even know the story. It's like,
just fight. Good fight. That's it.
I'm going to impress Gorka Morka.
Cunningly brutal and brutally cunning. Or is it the other way around?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
It's something.
Yeah, it's like in this game, these guys basically take the sacrament and turn into super soldiers. Because they're massive, right?
They're huge, yeah.
They're huge.
That's a regular sized guy on the wheel.
Yeah. So they're like your heavy infantry, but you don't get very many of them, right? Because it's like a Mordheim game. It's made by the guy that developed Mordheim for Games Workshop. Yeah. So it has a very warband purchased campaign feel, but you can still just play it as a full-on skirmish game and not worry about that. But it also has campaign rules that are in beta or alpha stage that are developing it through the Kickstarter in the book, so that you can continue your warband with wounds and dropping people. And like I said, some of mine get martyred, come back, make your army better if they're martyred because they get resurrected. Crazy stuff like that. The whole scenario is what if the Crusades had never ended?
And now it's World War I.
It's been a never-ending crusade where Jerusalem was destroyed, and in its place the gates of hell opened up. They made New Antioch, and it's been the whole world versus the demons since. And now we're in the timeline of World War One-ish.
1914 to 19.
So it's like a weird war, but it's not based around human politics. It's all heaven and hell.
Yeah. No
Rules
League of
right
Nations
now.
Afterwards.
Yeah, I like Blood Angels too. Again, more from a vibe than a look.
Yeah.
Although I've enjoyed painting the Blood Angels.
That could be super into Grey Knights if they have better models. Yeah, the baby carrier is what does. I thought I wanted to play Grey Knights.
Oh my god! When I was doing the painting judging at that tournament in Dallas, the big championship cup or Champions
for
Cup,
FLG, right?
I guess Grey Knights had turned into being good.
They're
at
good.
The time.
They are good. Yeah.
So people had some Grey Knights, and they had like 2 or 3 of those baby carriers on every table where Grey Knights are playing. I was like, why is this model so bad?
I think that's why I don't like it.
There's a third-party manufacturer that at least makes a torso replacement that makes it feel like a knight. Like it puts the guy inside instead of carrying on the outside.
Plate over
I'm
it.
like, wow, bad. What a bad idea.
If you put a chest plate over it,
that's the same person that designed the Pontiac Aztec. Designed that.
Designed the Grey Knight model.
Yeah.
Well, I understand conceptually why they couldn't close it in, because then it's just a dreadnought.
Yeah,
that's why they didn't do it. That has to be the reason they didn't do it. But
could be.
It looks so bad. Like they want to differentiate it. Like it's not a Grey Knight dreadnought. It's different. It's still a dude. But at least cover his legs. You know what I mean? If it was just the upper half, if they just covered his legs and you see the top half controlling the arms, I'd be all for it. I'd be okay with it. But
it's just silly.
It's his little dangly legs.
It's just silly. I don't know.
Sitting in a high chair.
I never understand that crap when they do it, chat. I'm like, what a bad design.
So no, I do not play Grey Knights.
The ones that the sisters did felt a lot better.
Because that was like penancy. That one felt... Yeah.
Because their story is that I'm up front because I need to prove something. It felt like, you know.
And the posing was better. It looks more like movement as opposed to I'm just standing here like this.
It was so bad. It was so bad. It's like they do the Space Marine armor and the other thing, too. It's like they've done it before where it's like Space Marines in battle suits. I was like, you already have combat armor, you retards. What are you doing? Like, this is...
I need double combat armor.
Yeah, it's like I don't understand this. You know, this doesn't make sense at all to me.
Yeah, it's something.
Especially with Grey Knights, because Grey Knights are like the best of the best, right? They're the Psy Wardens and stuff. So I don't know. I don't read the lore about it anymore. So
I just don't like.
Doesn't
the model. I just
interest
don't like
me.
the model. That's it. That's all it boils down to.
But I was glad that somebody looked like they came out with a third party, because there was a couple of people there that had them, and I was like, oh, this is a much better model. And they're like, yes. And I was like, why doesn't everybody have these?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't have the baby. Unfortunately, it's called the baby carrier. So bad.
It's so funny. It's so bad.
This is bright neutral gray mixed with the flesh tone.
With 14.
Yeah, with color 14.
Number 14, and you said dark neutral or dark warm?
Bright neutral gray. Bright warm gray.
Bright warm gray. Sorry.
Bright warm gray, which is a kind of a greenish tone to it.
Yeah.
So mixing it in right now, it doesn't have a huge effect, but as I start mixing more of it in, because what I'll do is layer by layer add more of the tint, which is the bright neutral gray, and less of the flesh tone. And so it'll get me to a very pale looking skin, and then I'll go back and glaze the original flesh tone over the top of that.
Yeah.
And continue on doing it that way. I think I go back and forth like twice, where I'll do another layer of bright flesh to add highlights, and then I'll glaze over it with the darker flesh tone again to pull it back into the skin range until I'm happy. And what it does is it allows me to paint the same colors on all the models, but get a different feel per model.
Yeah.
I don't have to change my colors, but each model can feel a little bit different. You can see like the purple showing a little bit in between that thigh muscle, a little bit here at the bottom of the knee, and still a little bit on the heel. So I got to make sure I don't cover all that up, because you can see like that leg gives us a good dimension.
Yeah.
And I'm not doing anything you guys and gals can't do. I'm literally like, look at my blending. I am not worried about it.
No.
Right? It's scratchy, because for this kind of vibe in the game, you know, having a little bit of messy texture on stuff really plays right into it. You know, like you can see my brush strokes. I'm not worried about blending. I'm just worried about getting the colors listed in the right place, right? So I have highlight, shadow, and then the scratchiness of the skin gives it more life.
Yeah.
Because it makes it feel like, you know, it has a texture to it. I haven't painted with that same scratchy style on everything else, because each material needs to feel a little different. The wood feels smoother, right, in the grain than the skin does. And that makes that feel a little bit different. The stippling on the lamb gives me the feel of wool. So I'm using different brush stroke techniques to do different materials. And skin is just a material. So always remember, you don't have to be as worried about your blending. If you don't feel like your blending is really great, it's not a huge deal. You can still make really, really cool looking models. Just get comfortable with your brush strokes being correct. You can do amazing things.
Yeah.
You can do it, Phil.
You guys can.
You can do it, Phil.
Sometimes. Depends on the day.
Phil has to have that motivation.
I do. Yeah, when I am in the mood to like just sit and paint really, really well,
dude,
like,
but
to
you've
the best
come
of my
to me
ability.
and you've been like, you know what? I'm really proud of this. I really felt like I nailed it on this one.
Oh yeah.
And they always look great. So.
When I get in the zone, it's like 12 hours straight. I'm just like, this is it. This is all I'm doing. This is what I want to do, and I want to do it as good as I can. And then other days, it's like with BattleTech, it's like I'm gonna spend about 10 minutes doing this.
Well, because you can churn out a pretty good looking mech in like a half an hour.
Undercoat, overcoat, noosh, and then highlights.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm set. I'm good.
Yep.
Great.
Nothing wrong with that in the world. Just do it. The big thing is pick up the brush and paint.
That's it. That's what it is, and that's what I had to get my head out of it. It was, you hang out here with Jordan, and I hang out with Jordan. When he first started working here, it ruined my desire to paint, because like I'll never paint that good. But then after a while, like Jordan did a good job of being like, dude, just stop, just paint. Like time under the brush, time with the brush, and it all start making sense. I was like, okay, fine. So then I just started painting again, and it's like, oh, yeah, you're right. I get better and better every time I paint, and it's great. I love it. It's been so fun. This last year has been probably my most fun painting I've had since I started.
Yeah, we live in a world where instant gratification takes too long, right? Technology and all the things we do have made it that way. It's a shame, because we have that expectation, and especially in the world of the internet, where you can look at all these people and they can tell you, you know, this is what I've done. I've only been painting for a month, and I did this in 15 minutes, and they've got like a game, Games Workshop award-winning Golden Demon model, you know, that they're showing you, and you're like, come on. And so you go in with these unreal expectations for your own painting capability, and you can fall flat, and forget that it does take an amount of time.
It does.
Everybody's amount of time it takes to feel comfortable. It's really just about finding confidence.
Oh, yeah.
People ask me all the time, like, how long do I need to paint before I can paint like you? And I'm like, well, it's not about painting like me. It's about how long does it take you to find some confidence to where you feel comfortable in what you're turning out every time you paint.
Yeah.
Because what you'll find is you'll develop your own style. You'll have a look. You'll notice that you really enjoy doing particular techniques of painting.
And you'll
that
get good
fit,
at them. Yeah.
Whether it's for time, and you speed paint everything, or if it's because it looks really great and you do wet blending or whatever it is.
Oh,
You'll
yeah.
find your way, but you won't if you don't spend the time, because there's just too much in the world of art and creative development that you can't just sit there and read a book and be like, okay, this is what I'm going to do.
Nope.
You can, and you can go test it out, and then you have to also account for the time that it's going to take you to turn it into your own thing, to feel comfortable with it, to gain that confidence, to understand what people are talking about when they, talk about color theory and brush technique and all that stuff. Doesn't happen overnight. And a lot of people get disappointed when they feel like, oh man, if you tell me one more time that practice makes perfect,
I'm going to punch you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But in reality, that's what it is,
Avian whispers, just stipple chat. You got to stab the model. It's therapy and hobby at the same time.
It is. Stippling is great therapy.
It's
You're
great.
just stabbing the brush into the model, right?
It's fun.
And it is therapeutic if you like repetition.
It is, yeah.
And
Honestly,
buying a lot of brushes, because it will ruin all your brushes.
I think when I first started painting, I didn't understand like highlights and like undertones and everything and how to like blend all the way to the top until I did an entire model. I watched what did I watch? It was a Dr. Faust painting,
Painting clinic? Yep.
painting clinic. I watched one of his videos and he did this little wizard model and he's like, I'm gonna do stippling on the whole thing.
Yep.
And I was like, I'm gonna buy that same model and I'm gonna do the exact different colors, but I'm just gonna do the same thing he did.
Yep.
And I did it and I was like, oh my gosh, I understand it now.
Yep.
Stippling is a great way for me was a great way for me to understand how to go from like your darker colors to your lighter colors. And it just
because it doesn't rely on you doing smooth brush strokes.
No, I didn't, and
right?
that's where I was stuck. And as soon as I realized
100%.
I didn't have to, I was like, oh, this is great.
Yeah, 100%. That's a lot of people get stuck on the brush strokes because you have to get and develop that feeling of what happens as a brushstroke moves the previous layer out of the way and puts new paint in the way.
Yep.
And that sounds like a funny thing and a funny way to say it, but that's the reality.
That's what it is.
That you're moving paint around. It looks like sometimes it tears the paint. Every brushstroke that I do, I'm watching how much it's covering of the previous layer, how it's covering it. Is it doing it consistently? Is it giving me the color I need? Is it in the right spot? And then you're coming back and adjusting over the top of that with the next layer.
Yeah.
And until you have that vision of your brushstroke and what it's done, as opposed to just the colors in the right place. Because, we say it a lot of the time that putting the right amount of color in the right place is all painting is, but you have to pay attention as you're doing it.
Yep.
Right? Because if it's not just a coloring book where you're painting green where it said the number 4 to paint green was.
Yeah.
That's the big part of it, right? That's what'll start getting you there. But the reality is that you have to continue beyond that. You have to figure out like how much green goes there. Right?
Yep. Yeah.
How does that green need to go there? Because, if it needs to blend and not be blocky, then that's something else I got to learn.
That's all right. I've recently started just doing because you've seen how Mashik does all his blocks in all of his colors like super and then blends it.
And then blends in between the blocks.
I started doing that with just everything. I was just like, I've actually started with my highlights lately as opposed to my darker colors, and that's helped me a lot better too.
Yep.
Just have more fun with it. I was like, oh, I know where I'm working up to now.
Yep.
And then I can work backwards as opposed to working from dark to light. I like to work from. I still start with my darkest color, then I put my lightest color, and then I find the middle ground. And it's been a lot of fun for me.
Yeah, and you know what? That's the key, is what makes sense to you and the art side of your brain. A lot of people don't have that immediate hook built in for how color and light and all that works.
Yeah.
And so it won't really make sense until you find something that really clicks for you.
Yeah.
And don't ever feel bad about that.
No.
Like, no matter what, if you come in here, you watch some other Twitch channel, you watch a bunch of YouTube videos, and they tell you if you're not doing this, you're not doing it right. Don't listen to that nonsense. Paint the way you like to paint. Take tidbits of everything everybody tells you, me included. Right? Nobody has all the answers for you. We have all the answers for me.
Yeah.
Right? Because I've been painting for over 45 years. So for me, and I still find and develop new things to do.
Yep.
Right? Whether it's discovering a new color that I didn't know that I was really going to love if I used it as a
Hey,
flesh tone
somebody
mixer
likes
like
us.
this, bright warm flesh that I'm using today. I just grab color. But
Somebody
the thing
likes
is I've learned that whole having no fear is what drives me. And you got to find whatever clicks for you and what lets you find that kind of fearless painter mentality.
Yeah.
And don't let anybody tell you what it will be. Oh, well, if you don't do this, you won't ever really learn. I'm like, nah, that's not true. Everybody learns differently. I've been saying the same thing for 9 years on this stream. And there's still people that have their aha moments that have been here for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
A long time. It's like I have people that won't understand. Non-metallic metal is the biggest one. Non-metallic metal and painting skin like I'm doing right now are the two biggest things that throw people off and really blow their minds when they finally get it.
Yeah.
And
when it clicks, it's crazy.
yeah, there's been people that have been watching this stream for nearly 8 years, nonstop, and they will come up and during a stream they'll be like, it finally makes sense. All these years, it finally makes sense what you're saying about light on the non-metallic metal.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's great. And I'm like, I don't know what I did to say it different today, but I'm glad it rang differently for you.
Yep.
Because this flesh is just 3 colors. And that's all I'll use. And so and they're not a triad of colors. These are
Yeah. Garcia's artwork, yes, this is live. He's painting right now.
this is
3 colors.
that's skin. And if I showed you those colors and said, here, now paint Caucasian flesh, you'd be like, no way, because
I can't.
The world talks in terms of triads and stuff, and it's really like, no, open your brain and start thinking in terms of what you're trying to get out of it. And those 3 colors make a really neat skin tone that you can play around with in really fun ways. So we try to break you out of the monotony of feeling like there's only one way to do it by trying new stuff all the time. Even though I've been painting forever, I still like to try new things because that's the fun of painting for me.
Yeah.
And I love that you guys and gals come along on the journey with me, because hopefully what it does is unlock some thinking in your brain that says, oh, I don't have to just come up with one way. I can try all these things. This one may be comfortable for me today, but tomorrow I may feel like I'm tired of it and I want to try something new. That's really where I'm trying to get you. Is not that, paint all your skin with those 3 colors. It's that, hey, Jason hasn't used these 3 colors on stream before in 9 years. That should tell me that I can do whatever I want today. I can choose to do, see, I'm not even going to paint any more highlights on this. Maybe a little on the back of that shoulder up there.
Maybe a little bit. Eep Jeep, number 14 is not advanced flesh tone. It is a new color that Jason is testing right now that will be coming out around Adepticon.
Yeah.
At Adepticon. Not even around. At
Adepticon.
At Adepticon. Jason's doing all the painting. I'm just here to look pretty.
He does a damn good job of it, Chad.
Sometimes. Or no, aggressively taking notes again. Avian, it is not Wizard's Butt. Not this time, at least. You can't name it yet, or he'll grow attached.
Yeah, like this. I like this without even really doing too much more.
You don't have to do too much more, I don't think.
I think for this guy, it's making sense to kind of leave it alone. I'm going to maybe go one highlight brighter here for the hand and upper arm.
Wizard's Butt Flesh Tone. That's the new name. Number 14.
I want to see this be just a hair brighter.
Oh, yeah.
Right there. And then a little bit here. Because I'm not doing any custom lighting on these guys. This is just, whatever light is on the battlefield is up high.
It's up there.
So the highlights are on the top. Again, whenever I'm like, you know what? I just need to make sure the army looks good, but I want it painted fairly quickly. Then you don't want to take just a ton of time out of your schedule to do crazy stuff.
You were going to buy one yellow because you seem to have no yellow paints. What yellow paint would you get?
Oh boy.
I'm partial to warm yellow.
Warm yellow is very good. It's going to be very orangey, and you can get it
yeah.
if you mix orange into bismuth. So I think
yeah.
that right now, bismuth yellow from Louise's set would be the one I would recommend to you the most. It is a very dynamic yellow. It works very well, has really good coverage. I think that's where I would go.
Bismuth yellow, that's right. That's probably the right answer.
I think that's where I'd point you.
I do have oranges. There you go.
Yeah, so
Bismuth
bismuth
yellow
yellow mixed with oranges will give you a warmer yellow. You don't really need to cool it off any. It's a pretty good versatile yellow that way, but it'll mix great with everything else. It's just a good fundamental yellow.
Yeah, it is.
You can use it in CMYK painting if you even get, brave like that. You want to just start mixing all your colors. Bismuth can be that yellow that mixes everything for you.
True.
All right, good. There, flesh.
Done.
Done enough for now.
For now.
I might glaze some magenta in and all that like I did on her, because I went back and glazed some pinkish into the shadows. You can see the magenta in the shadows.
Dark magenta or regular magenta?
Dark magenta.
Okay.
Dark magenta on like the bottom of the butt cheeks and small of the back and stuff like that. I can do that. But she's alive and fighting.
Kind of not.
We don't
know yet.
This guy, I think if I put too much magenta in, I kind of like the pale nature of this flesh right here.
Almost dead.
The purple will have a little bit of life to it, but a lot of that purple is on parts that are going to get painted
later, yeah.
Right, because we're seeing purple like here along the underwear line that isn't going to exist once I paint that. So that's what we'll do now is we'll color those things in. If you're new around here, one of the things that I teach a lot is that as a newer painter especially, but even as a seasoned painter, a veteran, it's always good to try to focus on getting parts of the model painted to like 60-70%. Stop and paint all of the other parts to the same 60 or 70%. You'll see some videos that'll have people like, today I'm going to paint the hair, and they paint the hair 100%. Yeah. And the rest of the model's like prime black. That's great if you've been painting for a long time, you know exactly what you're trying to get out, but a lot of times even those very rarefied air, very skilled painters wind up turning out a model that has too much disco ball contrast on it because you're not comparing the part you're painting against all the other parts of the model. There's a term called composition that you have to take into account whenever you're painting, whether you're painting a canvas, taking a photo, painting a model like this. You have to think in terms of, okay, when it's done, where does the eye go in the composition, right? Right now, the reason I'm not painting the lamb any brighter is because what?
Getting blood.
Well, it'll get blood, but what else? What's it about to do? If I go any brighter with the lamb, what happens?
It's the main point of attention.
It becomes brighter than like the top of the head and the shine of the metallic. At which point, every time you look at this thing, you'll immediately go to the lamb. And is the lamb the most crucial part of this? Probably not. The crucial part is the whole picture. But I say he or she, right? The shrine itself is the focal point, so I want to keep the metallic shine brighter than anything else. If I go to pure white here, then everything will get drawn to the lamb. If I go brighter with the skin, everything will draw to the skin. And so you have to think in terms of, I don't want to put any more effort into the skin, I don't want to put any more effort into the lamb, so I stopped after a couple layers here, stop after a couple layers here, keep working on the rest of it, so that if I look, like right now as I look at this, I think maybe a little bit of the wood grain needs to be a little brighter. Right? Because now the bright skin next to the wood grain makes it darker. Because the skin is now brighter than the brightest part of the grain in the wood. Right? So maybe I'll go back and highlight a little bit of the grain and across the top here to pull more contrast there. Right? So I'm constantly reviewing the model. If I would have painted the wood and made it very bright in the highlights for the wood grain, then it's much harder to go back and erase that and darken it down without having to almost paint the whole thing again. So build it up from dark to bright, and as you add color to it, back off and say, okay, how does that look? I'm liking the way the metal in the wood looks. I don't want to brighten the wood too much, but the skin's bright. So, I can make those decisions without having to repaint things right now. So always kind of march around, and especially like when painting faces, if you spend time going in and painting a face, right? And her face has these gold bangles and the handkerchief and the hair right next to it, right? As well as these mushrooms are pretty close. Before you finish the face, go paint the other things that frame the face in, so you get an idea of color, how you're going to seat all those colors next to each other, and brightness, how the brightness of the glare of the metal needs to be bright enough to still make it feel like metal, so I can't go super bright with the face, or the face will start looking like metal as well. So, you know, you're constantly making those decisions as you paint. So hopefully that helps.
That helps.
Do you have somebody taking care of your dog? Are you supposed to remember that? Was I supposed to tell you that?
No. I was just about to say I might need to leave here soon to go take care of my dog.
I was going to say.
Yeah.
Don't.
He usually lives till. He's usually fine. My parents came by. They had to pick something up from the house. So they let him out at lunchtime. So
good.
that's why I was able to stay a little bit later. But we're getting close to. He'll poop on the carpet if I don't get
Poop
home.
on the. I don't want that.
No.
Nobody wants that.
No, I don't. It's a new carpet. I just bought a new rug. Warm brown.
Warm brown.
It's probably my favorite brown.
I love.
It's my favorite brown.
It's so good.
Yeah, I love my dog. He's a good boy. I'd bring him to the office sometime if I didn't think he'd be petrified the whole time.
He said he's got some anxiety.
He's got some anxiety issues. He's a rescue. I got him when he was like 7 months, and he spent the first 7 months of his life in a shelter in a cage by himself. So
that sucks, right?
Didn't socialize at all. The only thing he had.
It breaks my heart to think that Cora was the same way. That she was reaching the point where she was going to get euthanized.
He was getting. They said if he got to a year, they couldn't, and nobody would adopt him because he wouldn't take treats from anybody. He wouldn't go near. I had to go into the shelter like every day for a week before he took a treat out of my hand.
Oh, so horrible, right?
And then as soon as he would, it was like, all right, you're going home now.
Those
trial by
issues
fire.
are so hard because you wonder what had to happen to that poor dog to be that way.
Yeah,
that's the part that gets me.
That's what gets me.
You know, like Cora was just a big ball of love.
Yeah,
and that made me sad because it's like this dog. Did somebody abandon this dog? Because that's insane.
Yeah,
this dog is nothing but love. What's going on here? It drove me nuts for months. I can't think about it because it gets me so bummed out that people might do that with their pets. I get that sometimes you have to get rid of a pet because you move or whatever.
But it's
just it never. You know, I'm glad she found her forever home with us.
Yeah,
but still.
Oh, yeah. No, I love Radcliffe.
Radcliffe is such a good name.
It was his name in the shelter, and it was the only one.
That's good. Yeah,
I was
like,
had
a horrible name.
I was like, I'm not changing it. It's a cool name. It's also the one he knows and understands, and I'm not trying to, with all the other trauma, try to change his name.
Yeah.
So
I would not have kept calling Cora the name they had. She was called La Shorty.
No. Yep.
Because she's got short little legs.
La Shorty.
So, so they called her La Shorty, and I'm like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I'm
Cora's better.
Keeping the dog named La Shorty.
No. I call him Rads most of the time. I don't call him by his full name. I kind of gave him a new name, but nah. Painting all the straps.
Yeah, I like getting again, like I was talking about, let's get some color in on the things that are next to the I'm at that point where now is the stage of the model where everything needs at least a base color on it.
Yeah.
So that I can start understanding how everything's going to look.
Yeah.
You know, like this. Like putting warm brown is a good starter point for leather straps. But the first thing you'll notice is it's almost the same color as the burnt sienna once we get it on there.
Yep.
So it looks like rust. So I'm going to need to move this into more of a yellowy leather. So I'll add golden brown to it most likely. Or orange brown to it.
Yeah.
Probably golden brown because it'll bring the yellow out. Mm-hmm. Whereas the orange brown will keep me in the realm of orange.
Rust. Yeah.
And I don't want it to look like the rust. Because again, we get too monochrome if we're not careful.
Yeah.
And that's not what I'm going for. I don't want everything to look like the same material. And the rust looks so good, but it means that I have to pull all the other colors away from oranges.
Yeah.
Because the rust lives in that world of orange with the burnt sienna.
Yeah.
But this is how you tell that, right? This is exactly what I was saying just a minute ago. You got to put the color on there so that you can see how it affects the model. And then you got to pay attention with the right eye to say, oh, that looks too close to my rust color. And then make a decision on, is that your goal? Like, is that cool? Because that may be cool. You may want to just keep it very monochromatic. Nothing wrong with that at all.
Nothing wrong.
But if you're like, nah, it looks like the same rust as the armor, then you got to figure out, okay, well, what can I do to this warm brown?
How do I make it distinct?
To make it look distinct, because it's still a great color. It's still a great underpinning for any leather. And if I take golden brown into it, then I get that kind of orangish undertone, but then I get a yellow, almost rawhide look out of it as I paint it, which will be really cool.
I bought my first Pro Acrylic paints. Congrats!
Fan-freaking-tastic.
That's amazing. You will enjoy them. I would say I hope you enjoy them, but I know you will enjoy them.
Didn't plan this very good. I need to paint the hood.
Hood. What are you going to paint the hood?
It's just going to be the white cloth as
Oh,
everything
okay.
else. I've already decided all the cloth in this, other than
The
maybe
hood of the undies?
the guys that have cloaks and like tabards. I'll probably find the way to do the cloak maybe in just camo green or something.
Oh, that'd be nice, yeah. It'll go with the green-white you got going.
That's the thing, right? Is it again? I
Is
want
that
it to
too
be
close?
very drab and
Yeah.
military
Yeah.
and dreary. So I don't know that I could do like a burgundy too, but
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh, that's a future me problem.
You'll decide as you're painting it, which is
It's
how
a
you make
future
most
me
of your
problem.
painting
Yeah, all my
decisions,
models kind of evolve as they go. I'm
Yeah.
not really ready to make decisions at the beginning.
I don't pre-plan anything. I start a model and I decide as I go.
But some people like that planning phase. They like to know what
Yeah,
they're
well,
going to
yeah.
do. They have a plan. They write it down. They follow it. Good. Do it.
Great. If that works for you, I could never.
I will always teach people that you need to be willing to be, to change, be ready to change, because you have to kind of make some of your decisions on the fly as you see the color actually come to fruition
Yeah.
on the model. Some colors in your head think they're going to work great, but then you put them on the model, it's like, oh, not really.
It'd
And
be
if
okay
you're in that
being
mindset
wrong.
where you think it upsets your entire paint job, that can be bad, because that can throw you for a loop.
Yeah.
And it's better to do stuff like this and say, oh, okay, that's not looking like what I want it to be in the end, so I'll switch the color by adding another color into it when I go to my highlights. Still a
Yeah.
good shadow.
Oh, yeah. All right, ladies and gents, I gotta get going. I got a dog that
Phil's leaving us.
needs pooping and feeding. Hopefully in that order.
Or hopefully just whatever order after you
As long as
get
the
home.
pooping's outside, I don't care what order.
Yeah. Just hopefully it happens, all of it, after you get home.
Yeah. It was great hanging out with everybody. Jason, how long are you going for?
I don't know, probably not too much longer because I'm getting hungry.
I'm hungry. That's part of it too. Mr. Phil, man, that's my dad. Actually, it's not. My dad's name is Ron.
I'm starting to get hungry, so I probably won't go too much longer. What time is it? 6:11?
It's 6:11.
Holy macaroni.
I was like, I'll leave it like 5. Nope, it's 6:11 now.
Holy macaroni. It's a 4-hour stream. It's pretty good
it's
for
been
me.
4 hours. That's great.
We've done
for
a
you.
lot of streaming this week. I did a 5-hour, a 4.5-hour, and now a 4.5-hour again.
It'll be 4.5 by the time you're done.
Yeah, probably.
I will give Scritches. I'll give all the Scritches. He won't let me not give him Scritches. He is anxious with other people. He will not. He's a Velcro dog, is what I call him. He is by my side all the time. He's got to be within touching range. He doesn't like to be like in contact with me constantly, but he's got to be in the same room or within like 5 feet at all times.
Yep.
Stream's been going. They've been going burr all week.
Yep. Stream go bird.
All right, peeps.
Phil,
Love
thank
y'all.
you so much.
Thanks for hanging out.
Thanks for everything you did today.
Have a great weekend.
Appreciate it. You as well. We will see you back here on Monday.
I'll see you on Monday, unless you stream this weekend. Yeah.
Awesome.
Oh, you want me to mute my mic?
Oh, yeah, please. I think I'm one. Yep,
You are.
still on. Perfect. Thank you.
Y'all.
Yeah, Cora's the same way. I can't not give Cora all the scritches. I get home, she hangs her head over the back of the couch, tail thumping a million miles a minute. And if Dad doesn't immediately come over and give her a kiss and scritches, she thinks something's wrong. She will do the jump off the couch, run over to me. Like if I take too long to put my keys on the counter or whatever it is I'm doing, she'll run over to me and she'll give you that look. What you talking about, Willis? Dad, did you forget something? I'm Cora, and I require scritches. And then she'll look at you for a second, and when you recognize the look, then she runs and gets back on the couch and gives you a reset. So then you can go and you have one more chance to do it, and if you don't, then she pouts, and she probably won't talk to you the rest of the night. I can't wait to hear Jordan's Thanksgiving stories as he tells you how Cora beat him up when we get back on Monday.
Left my model and brushes.
Oh,
I need that.
yeah, take your
These
stuff.
This weekend. All right, bye for real.
Bye for real. You okay, bro? Yeah, exactly. It's like, maybe you don't understand. Like, there better be something very, very wrong with you, Dad. Because I'm Cora, and I need kisses and scritches. She is so funny, too, because lately she's picked up this habit of if she does something she knows is wrong, she will immediately look at you and give you a kiss, and then go back to doing it. She thinks the kiss is absolution, right? 100% she thinks kisses are absolution. I'm like, that's not how that works, dog. To like start nipping at me when we're playing, and I'll say whoop whoop, and then she'll like lean over or come, bend all the way around to get to you and give you a kiss, and then immediately go back to it. Somewhere she got built in that the kiss cures all. Like, I love you, Dad. Don't worry. This is fine. Freaking dog, too smart for her own good. And spoiled, frickin' rotten. She and Jen were, she had to go to the vet. She has torn ACL, and we're not doing surgery, so she goes and gets a shot every month and a half or something like that. And Jen took her today for her shot. And when I was going to the office, they were coming back, and so we were crossing paths on one of the residential side streets going out of our neighborhood. And I pulled up next to him because, of course, there's no traffic on the road. So I pulled up next, and windows are down. Cora's got her head hanging out the window on the other side of the car. I pull up next to him, and I'm like, hey! And she immediately, whoop, ears up, comes around and sticks her whole body out the window on the car, on the side of the car with me. And it's like, dad, 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 dad. I don't think she's ever recognized me in another car. That's the first time that's ever happened. She didn't know what to do. So I drove off before she got the wind of like jumping out the window or anything. He's a knucklehead. Pitbull mix rescue. It's mean to say, but Cora is by far my favorite dog I have ever had. That's probably mean. I should probably say that my favorite dog is whatever one I have at the time. I'm usually just a one pet guy. But Cora is by far my favorite dog ever. Not even close. I've had some good dogs. I've loved all my pets. But Cora's the one where you're like, I wish these didn't have an expiration date. Can we get a do-over on that? Go on, deadbeat. When you move out, you want to get a cat or a small dog? It's always a love-hate for me. And that's true even with Cora. I love her to death. Like I said, my favorite animal I've ever had. And I think I've spent more time with her than any of my other animals, right? Maybe. It's been long. Well, I guess it's only been 4 years, so maybe not. Feels like forever, geez. But it's always a love-hate with the fact that, it's like, you have kids. You can't just be like, oh yeah, I'll go to New York whenever I want to, or oh yeah, I'll run off with my friends whenever I want to. You have responsibilities. You're a dog parent. So You know, like we haven't been able to have Jen and I go to the same convention in nearly 4 years. I think we did an LVO together within that time frame because my brother-in-law and my nephew were here to take care of Cora. But we can't go off and do things at the same time because we don't have, you know, a good built-in care system for the dog. And we hate leaving her with strangers, like at a kennel or something like that. I just can't do it. First airbrush today, Cordell. Nice. And then realized you forgot to buy a cleaner. Any tips for what to get for cleaning? We just use water. You can get away without anything other than water, and you know, possibly some dish soap when you need to. Alcohol can clean if you have IPA laying around for any reason. You know, but you don't need anything super fancy as long as you clean regularly. You can get something like, you know, just a standard dish soap or Simple Green type stuff, and you know, let it soak in it overnight. The nozzle and nozzle cap, you can soak in that stuff generally and not worry about it. And then, you know, that can be kind of your cleaning routine. But yeah, you don't need to. I don't ever use like airbrush cleaner. I have in the past, so it's not bad, but it's just not necessary. Most of them are just some sort of alcohol based, you know, water mixture or something like that. So all right, that's good enough for the first layer there. For a year, you were built-in care for the family pets. Now it's time to turn the tables on the family. I'm down. That sounds like a good plan, man. Nothing wrong with that. You're like, so, about that time I watched Whiskers for a month. The green undies, por qué? It's because that's how our white is built up. I start with green. Because, yeah, it gives kind of that moldy, mildewy sense to your whites. So I'm doing all the white with that green underpinning. So all the main, you know, white pieces that I do will be done like that. Yeah, so even like all these guys have got uh, various like their pants and shirts and all that. I'll be in that same white, and then I'll figure out what to do with the cloaks. I was thinking maybe the cloaks I'll just do in camo green, but I might also do them in like a really deep blood red, kind of thing. Although the white I intend to do blood splatters on, so I don't know. I mean, I might even do the cloaks in white. I guess I don't know. I feel like it's too much. Once I get to those minis, we'll figure it out. So far, nothing's had more than one thing in cloth, including this guy. It's just the shroud he's got on his head and the loincloth or diaper, I guess it is. And just kind of the way you get a, if you hang out here long enough, you get a glimpse into the insanity that is my brain and how I make my decisions when painting. And like Philip said earlier, it's really all about just what it develops into as I go. I don't have a solid plan. I will start with a general plan like I did with these guys, that I want it to be just very rusty, battlefield metal. I knew from the get-go I was going to do these in metallics and not non-metallic, mainly because I wanted to be able to do it quick, and I knew that noosh on top of the metallics was the way to do that and get an effect that I'm super happy with. But other than that, I didn't really know. I didn't know past that. I knew that the imagery, when you look at the artwork from the game, has these guys in kind of a dull grayish white, dirty. I mean, everything's dirty in this game, but it was a dull grayish white coloring for all the clothing. I was like, okay, well, we're gonna do that. I'll make it a little bit brighter than in the artwork so that the blood spatters can show, like I did here. So I can do the blood, just because I think that's an effect that this whole game needs. We need more blood. Now that we cover up all the errant purple, that's starting to look really, really good. And I don't really have to paint anything but the front of this green stuff because you can't see it anywhere else. It just becomes shadow past a point. See how far down I can get the back of the head here with the brush. Can't really get to it from the other side. I have to constantly remember, I think I was doing bone into this, right? Bone mixed in with the green to get me towards my white. I need to finish all this before I can finish the straps. I always try to say paint from the inside out, meaning paint the deep layers first. I painted the skin. Now I should have painted the cloth next so that I could get it on the straps, and then the straps last to cut it all in. I painted the straps now first, which means I have to be more careful as I go through. I won't be. I'll get it. I'll just paint the brown again. But now I'd have to go back in and be more careful in this triangle and blah, 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 blah. I'll try to not mess up, but, you put yourself in a more tedious position if you paint from the outside in. So generally better to not do that. This is just some bone added into the same dark camo green. I'm going to just leave the dark camo green in the wrinkles as much as I can. And immediately it moves it away from green. It's still a faded, pale green. take a peek into the madness that is base green for white cloth. I tend to think of it like the way I talk is the way my brain works with it is, what am I trying to accomplish? What does the white want to feel like? Does it want to feel clean? Then grays and blues can be a great way to start your white off. Does it want to feel ultra dirty, like ground in the sand? If I'm doing like Desert Warriors or something, then I probably want to do browns as a way to start my white off, right? So again, it's like, what is the intention of the final project? And on this, it's to be wet, grimy, trench, moisture, kind of mildewy, moldy feeling that I was going for. And so green pops out at me first as being the way to get that across. I don't feel like any of your clothes having something that isn't the color of the cloth on them that's green is a good thing. So gives it the dirty and the pestilence realm, as opposed to brown that gives it dirty and just a dirt feel. But any color can work as an underpaint for any other color. It's storytelling a lot of times rather than just rule following. What story are you trying to tell? I could do jade underneath here, if it's magic cloth, and it has some magical color underneath it. Could be a thing. But it needs to fit your vision and the sculptor's vision too, right? Because we talk about it a lot. The art of mini painting is kind of a collaborative thing with a person you don't even know most times. The sculptor of this model, I don't have any idea what they were going for with this. Well, I mean, I kind of do. It's pretty straightforward. But I'm not sitting here talking, saying, what were you thinking when you did this? I have to guess. But I have to guess that, there's nothing good going on with the idea of this model. It's all grimy, beat up war. This isn't a parade ground model, so the sculpt speaks, the game speaks, the image is already made for me. I don't have to do too much except figure out what kind of dirty I want it to be. And that's where the color work comes in. If I just do my whites with gray up to white, it may look too clean. That's why I did this as grays up to whites, but I even used warm gray on the lamb because that'll look cleaner, virgin wool lamb, so that it's the cleanest thing on the model should be the sacrificial lamb. Which is horrific in its own way, right? Because then we're going to streak it with blood pouring from its neck. So and I'll add a little bit more bone into the mix here and make a bigger jump this time in value, meaning brightness, like that. And paint less of the highlights with this color, so I leave the last color on some of that real estate. I won't push this color as deep into the shadows. It's funny because we always talk about the best way to paint white is to never use white in your items that you've painted that color. And for the most part, that's true. I will use white, especially transparent white, quite a bit on things to really give that last dash of brightness, but I won't just start painting white with white very often, if ever. It rarely ever makes any sense. This feels like cheap military undergarments or wrap that they've now put on a guy because he didn't rank having anything nice, obviously. Army underwear, yeah, exactly, right? Until that nice blood splatter effect. Yeah, it gives me a white that offsets the rest of the model, right? Because I'm always looking at how to add contrast, right? And so a lot of that is done through the brightness of your highlights and the darkness of your shadows. That's the main place. But then it gets into color choice, right? And so this color choice of green gives me the grimy look, but using it up to a sort of, white-ish gives me the contrast I need for putting the blood on it, for, being in good contrast to the rusty metal of the rest of the models. If my cloth is one color, then it identifies it as cloth very readily when people are looking at it. That's always a good thing. When doing armies, pick a color that stands out so that as I'm looking at the table, anything I find with this contrast on it, I will know it's cloth automatically. I can't remember if I just took the bone at the end. I think I moved to ivory. Yeah, I moved to ivory at the end, didn't I? So ivory as the highlight. Because the bone itself, like, even though I'm using bone to highlight the green, it works to a point. At some point, it just becomes bone, and bone is too much of a kind of a grayish, desaturated tan, which isn't the color we're going for. So you have to keep making these jumps, maybe to other colors, maybe add white to the bone. You can do that as well if you don't have another color that you're as happy with, right? But ivory, much brighter than bone in this case, right? But in that same family. Good pairing. And I can mix the ivory into the bone and green that I've done if I'm worried about just shocking the eye with ivory right on top of everything, which is usually a good place to start. And I want it fairly thin so that, again, I can just kind of place it without it looking like a big heavy-duty brush stroke at first. It can just be a nice, smooth highlight jumping in there. Army issued diaper. Yeah, exactly. That's the way I feel about this whole thing. And again, I'm not very worried about blending here. I'm more worried about texture than anything else. A little too watery there. So I just put a little bit too thin a paint on top of the head. I don't want to go back on it yet because it's still wet. So we'll do this part over here. Now it's had time to dry. Otherwise, I'll tear it, right? If you work on a place that's already wet, you will tear the paint. You got to be careful of that because it can ruin an entire paint job if it's done in an area that would be very, very hard to fix. Not that the top of this guy's head is super important, but you want to avoid it if you can. And last but not least, we'll take a little bit of the ivory without mixing it in. So now it looks almost like a white, right? I've been thinning it and mixing it in with the other colors, but now we just take it raw without a whole lot of thinning, just enough to get it to flow off the brush. And hit just those areas where we know the brightest color would be. And you've hidden most of the green, but it still gives you a green undertone to the fabric, which makes it feel like that mildewy, gross, you know, not quite he soiled himself. I don't know that green tells that story, but The face is a little flat on the front, so I kind of added in this fake pull here by brightening up a line down there, so it makes it look like there's a little crease there. Just because it's a little too flat in the sculpt, a little too plain. But there you go. That's how we'll do all of our white cloth. Gives a good feel. And okay, Guardian, what's going on? Garcia's Artwork says, do you like music? I love music. I definitely do. Run the same issue with this cloth as you do with the lamb. Oh, making it overly bright? Yeah, so we'll stop there. I know this workup I like for everything, so I know we're going to keep it there, but also the blood, will probably flick some blood on the head as if it's soaking through the cloth. You know, like they had to bang him on the head before they cracked him onto the wheel or something like that. And same thing with the lamb, yes, right? You don't want to have these colors overtake the brightness of the metallic, right? Which they're very borderline close in doing. Imagine if we used white, right? One of the reasons why people are like, why don't you use white? Well, look at how bright those are. And then look at white, right? That's bold titanium white. No camera tricks. These look like white on the model, but there's no white used. If we used white, look at how much brighter that is than everything. When you're trying to paint war-torn, grimdark, using white is a dangerous thing because it makes it so bright that the eye immediately goes wherever you put white. So I might take little bits of the heavy titanium white because it's gloss, or it's that has that satin sheen to it, and like peak my silver bits with it where I can bring real points of shine to the metallic as we go, even though it's not a metallic paint. But it'll give me more shine in certain areas like the top of the shoulder, top of the head, you know, and pull that out so that then it pulls the eye up to those shiny spots. I'm really happy with this wheel. That's starting to look really good. I think a rawhide leather, kind of yellowish rawhide leather will look really good. We'll do the warm brown with golden brown on that. But yeah, I'm loving this model. I'm loving this entire game, and all the models are pretty bitchin'. Coming together. Right? For how simple it was to paint, or no? You've been here the whole time, right? So you saw how simple this was. This was not difficult at all. Now, granted, the sculpt is all of the grain. It's a really good sculpt on the wheel. I think I have another version of the wheel here, right? So all of that detail is in the sculpt, see? This is the one without the dude on it, obviously, but all the actual model has got really good deep cuts for the grain and the wood, which makes this even easier, right? If they would have done what some model companies do, is it's just very smooth and it's just supposed to be wood, then you got to paint all that by hand, and that makes it take a little bit longer, but it's still doable. And the little bit of green along with the brown was all just done with those two washes, and it was super easy. You know, we just made some camo green wash with the glazed wash medium and some transparent brown wash with the transparent brown in the glazed wash medium. And that's what gives us, but you see how well they blend? Like if I zoom in on those, you'll be blown away. Like there's nothing in between, right? It just looks like natural wood. And I didn't do anything other than put the one over the other, right? I didn't put the green everywhere because I knew that if I wanted more brown to show up in the middle here and the green more where the metal is grabbing the wheel, then I just painted the green there, left the other one bare with the brown underpaint, and then did the brown transparent over it. Same here, I didn't put any green on the spokes so that they look like a newer or stronger wood, perhaps. Gives me a little bit of variation there. But the nuance between the green and the brown is something that when you were to look at it, if you would see this on Instagram, you'd be like, oh, I'll never paint like that. And I've just shown you everybody that's watching can paint like that. Every single one of you out there can make this wheel look this way. Go back and watch this video if you weren't here. Super simple, right? That's 3 colors of brown, right? And then 2 washes. Well, there's a black wash on there too, so technically 3 colors of wash. The black was all over, and then the brown and the green were spot washes, so to speak. And it just looks great. Yeah, it's dark umber, light umber, olive flesh. That's the 3 browns. Browns, I guess. Olive flesh, you can call it a brown, right? But dark umber, light umber, olive flesh. And I do so much of my browns like this for wood and for leather. I do very similar, right? Dark umber, light umber, you start mixing the olive flesh into the light umber, and then you use the olive flesh by itself. So technically it's 4 colors because you're mixing these 50-50 for the first layer of highlight, and then this, depending on how big the model is. You can just go 1, 2, 3 if it's small, and then you put the brown transparent directly over the top of that, right? So you take transparent brown, and the transparent brown then brings it all back down. It tones this down because this is really garish. It's super bright compared to the other browns. Putting the brown transparent over it locks them all together and really turns it into what you want. Super easy, something you can recreate on every piece of leather or every piece of wood that you paint. If you're painting a lot of fantasy, you have tons of leather, tons of wood, and it can be recreated. And you can either do the green or not. You can imagine that this whole thing could look like those spokes if I didn't use any of the green. And that's a really good wood color. I was able to capture the wood grain in it, right? But the olive flesh highlight doesn't even look like, I mean, look at how bright olive flesh is. Where did I just put those? Compared to any of those wood grain spots, right? The brown transparent and the black wash knocks it all down to a point to where it really covers it back up. So if you can tune your brain to thinking that, oh, I can paint things brighter than I want them, then put a wash over the top and it brings that brightness down but keeps the contrast, keeps it to where I can see the texture, see the wood grain, all of that. Whereas if you paint it subtly and it looks good, and then you put a wash on it, it hides everything you've done, pulls it down to one color. So you need to have all those colors be far enough apart to where you have a dark, a mid-tone, and a bright that you wouldn't normally paint together. You can because you're putting a wash over the top and then it's squishing them together but still keeping them visibly different. That's the biggest thing. So. Or no, good. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Yeah, it's a great way to do it. Gives you a really good look. And like the stippling of the gray, you could do fur and stuff the same way I did the lamb with the stippling. That's just 2 colors, right? But it gives you a white fur. And notice how the gray to the white, you know, in this case, the bright warm gray that we use there off of, no, it was dark warm gray and something else. What did I use? Was it dark warm gray and bright warm gray? I feel like that might have been it. You know, brings us to a white that's much different than the white on our sackcloth here with the green underneath it because of that underpinning of dark camo green and the underpinning of the dark warm gray. So it's 2 ways to achieve a fake white, you know, in this grim dark world, and have them look totally different. And all of it very simple. You know, you saw this is like 2 colors. 3 technically because I had to do the ivory at the end. You know, and this is 2 colors. So super, super simple. From all the aggressive note taking you got. ISOF is making songs. Yeah, flapjack. Just a dead white would just like blow the model out. You just can't do that, right? Yeah, it's the jump from the bone to ivory that brings out the white cloth feel as opposed to just that greenish grayish. Which the greenish grayish is what I'm looking for that underpins that white, you know. Again, it makes it that dingy color. The ivory just lets you do basically like, you know, think of it as edge highlights. It's not, right? But it's kind of the same thing that gives it more of a move towards white. You know, you could look at this and you wouldn't say that's greenish gray. You'd say that was just dirty white cloth. That's the thing you're trying to go for. Right? But if you don't put the ivory on it, then yeah, it looks like it was greenish gray. Like somebody said, like army underwear, you know, it's not supposed to be bright white. It was just that faded green to begin with. The ivory is what pushes it over the top and turns it into something that's more of a dirty white. Because there is that breaking point or that turning point that will happen. That'll go from looking gray and being gray as opposed to dirty white. It just looks like it's supposed to be gray. Like if you bought it new, it'd be that color. To dirty white. You have to get some part of it still looking like it used to be white as opposed to all over gray. And sometimes that's hard to find. Sometimes that balance point, you'll work back and forth. You put a highlight, you'll be like, no, it's too bright, and you'll darken it down again, then put it back to lighter, and then see where you get. So sometimes you have to play around with it. Ugh, what's going on? I told you if I was painting on Friday, I've been having a lot of fun painting this week. Just these models bring it out of me. You guys have been great, and it's a short week for us too. So being able to throw some paint around, have some fun, not be supervised. I've been here alone. Orno says, super helpful, especially since I love doing most of those and learning as much as I can to help with it. Awesome. Yeah, we try to have the stream do that. Sometimes we just tell really bad jokes, and we don't really, by the end of the stream, it's like, what did we paint? You know, like we didn't talk about it at all. So you gotta keep us honest and ask questions whenever you feel like you got questions to ask. But yeah, hopefully you get some good stuff. We tend to look at painting from so many different angles. You know, how to paint stuff that comes out looking really good but is super simple. You know, that is really basic, get it on the table kind of stuff that can help people figure out how to make miniatures for this. I forget what this is, Zombicide or something like that, you know. And we did this at a paint and take show in California at Comic-Con, and just showing people very easy ways to do even things like non-metallic metal just super quick. I painted this in like an hour, right? And so we'll deal with super quick techniques that can help you to finish things that are at that level. Small details that don't have to be very smooth blends. You don't have to spend a lot of time on it, but it's all about color choice and value. I talk about everything in terms of dark and bright, and that's really where that comes into play. And all the way up into, you know, more nebulous things like how to make something look like a particular kind of wood and focus more on that. So Trench Crusade Black Friday, is it on sale? No, Monday. And Monday, remember, oh, Jen's, damn it, Jen's here. Mo, you're always great. Like chat, you're boosting yourself up like that? Seriously? Jen's watching. She's always watching. But Monday, for those of you that may have come in late or are new here, please hit that follow button. We do stream 5 days a week generally. It's been the Thanksgiving holiday here for us in the U.S., so we didn't stream yesterday. But glad we got to catch up with you today. But Monday's stream will have at minimum one of the team of 4 from the Trench Crusade team here on the stream with us. So we'll be asking questions, interviewing, having fun, painting more of this guy and some other models, and discussing lore and business and what they plan to do. But I think also Monday the backer kit goes live, and you'll be able to do late pledge stuff. So keep your eyes on the Kickstarter notes page to find that out. I'm not sure if it's open to everybody or just people that backed. So we'll get some information from them on Monday too, but make sure to set some time in your schedule up for our normal 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Mountain Standard Time position. And and we'll be back then. I'm going to go have a weekend. You guys should do that too. Would you maybe use a transparent on the wood if you wanted to filter it towards a more warm brown from this point? If that was the goal, would you maybe use a transparent on the wood? So I use transparent brown on the wood already, which is what gives it that warmer wood feeling on the spokes and in between the green. So the green I just did filtering at the point where the metal grabs it. Imagine like the rust and crap coming off the metal washing into the wood, soaking in the wood, made it green there, and then the warmer brown on the outside. I diluted the transparent brown a ton, so it was real watery, so it didn't have a huge impact. So yes, you could run it with less dilution and you could get a warmer brown on it if you didn't want that, but you probably wouldn't want the green. It would start to look pretty crazy. Like this green and brown work really well together to just kind of make it feel like real live wood, you know, that's mossy. If you went much warmer with the brown, it might start to look funky, but you can play around with it for sure. And don't forget to use completely strict measurements when diluting. You have to use a graduated cup that has terms on it like dram that I don't even know what that is. And then you have to measure very specifically. I'm lying. That's our big joke around here. One of the things that I try to tell people when you're mixing acrylics is just get close. A squirt of this and a squirt of that. It's like being a mad chef. It's like a pinch of this and a pinch of that, and I put a head of lettuce in, and it's great. You know, I don't know. I never really think about it. I squeeze the bottle and whatever comes out, I can be like, whoop, that's too much. And then you add more of something else or dump some out. It really, you can mad scientist it, because in reality, at the scale we're painting, to have a mixed color be a little off from what the last time you mixed it was is never going to really register. You have to make big swings, you know, like add their whole wrong color in and stuff like that before it really has a problem. Drams are like a whiskey measurement, you feel like. It's ancient currency. Ooh. All right, gang. Thank you so much for hanging out with me on a Black Friday. I hope everybody has a fun time headed into your weekend. Like I said, remember we stream 5 days a week, Monday through Friday from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. all the stuff. I'll put the links in chat. If you're in the US, we do have a Black Friday sale going on right now, which is free shipping on orders over $75, which is awesome. We don't ever do sales, so that's as close as you get. Store? Kyra Asylum, thank you so much for hanging out. A lot of you guys and gals been here since we started 5 hours ago we started. A little over 5 hours ago we started this. Absolutely silly people. Right? The Discord. We just celebrated having over 5,000 members on our Discord server. Amazing artists just like you guys. Great inspiration, great stories to be told, great things to learn. Tons of information coming straight from Monument. We monitor and do the whole thing over there so you can reach us directly. All sorts of fun stuff happening, so we'd love to see you over on the Discord. And then in this time, as we go through Black Friday, Small Business Saturday, Cyber Monday, the FLGS link will take you to our store locator where you can find a store close to you. Please support your local store. It's those guys and gals that run those places that give you a place to come hang out, meet people, socialize, and enjoy everything that the miniature hobby has to offer. So give it up to them. Spend your money in their store, even if it's a little bit. Go help them out. Tons of fun. Oh, it said, oops, something went wrong. Try reloading the page. What happened? What's happening, chat? Is it still there? I'll type FLGS again because I don't know if it took. It threw up a warning at me. So there you go. The FLGS link, right? And then last but not least, if you've been watching and you want to catch up with any of the stuff that you saw here that might be cool, go check out all of these. All these live shows happen on YouTube and Twitch. And immediately after the show, they go over into the live tab on YouTube and are cataloged there so you can go watch it again. Yeah, there you go. Have a wonderful weekend. I'm going to find somebody to raid. Is there anybody streaming stuff? Anybody? Any of our friends? Any of our friends? Got nerd miniature stuff happening? Who's on? Who's on a Friday evening at 7:02, 9 o'clock Eastern? Everybody's in bed waiting on Santa Claus. Oh, wait, it's not that time, is it? We got Wicked Minis. We got Bitter Brush. Who we got? Crocodile. What? Katie. Oh, Katie's not painting minis, though. None of these people are painting minis. They're all playing video games. Bitter Brush. Bitter Brush, Wicked Minis. Spark Minis again? You want to go raid Spark again? Go raid Spark Minis. There we go. We raided her the other night. Spark Hammer. Spark Minis. Bam. Raid started. We will catch you later, gang. See you on Monday.